Chapter 283. Xiaobai paused for a moment before saying, "That's right, that's right." Li Mu took the initiative to say, "It's Her Majesty the Empress." This time, it was Lu Hanyan's turn to be stunned. She couldn't believe her ears and even forgot to be jealous. She asked, "What did you say?" Li Mu explained, "You also know that when I was in North County, I did some things that were beneficial to Her Majesty. After coming to Chengdu, Her Majesty valued me very much. One time, Her Majesty went on a private tour and happened to come to our house. Xiaobai met her at that time." At this moment, what he said to Lu Hanyan was the truth. However, he tactfully chose to hide the fact that he was ravaged by the Empress in his dream and was caught by her in his wet dream. Without waiting for her to ask in detail, Li Mu asked in return, "Don't tell me you suspect that I have some kind of ambiguous relationship with Her Majesty?" Lu Hanyan pinched his waist and said angrily, "Don't offend Her Majesty." Li Mu said, "It's okay. This is North County. She can't hear." Lu Hanyan stomped her feet. "That's still not okay." Li Mu said, "Okay, okay, okay. I won't say any more. I'll listen to you." The men of Great Zhou might not be convinced that a woman was the Empress, but Li Mu knew that many women in Great Zhou respected and worshipped the Empress. In addition to Shangguan Li, Lord Zhang's daughter also seemed to regard the Empress as her idol. He didn't expect that even Lu Hanyan would be so protective of her. If they knew that the Empress was not only dignified but also had an S-side, the image in their hearts would probably immediately collapse. Hearing that Her Majesty took good care of Li Mu, Lu Hanyan was finally relieved. As for whether the two of them had any other relationship, she didn't have a trace of doubt at all. The Empress was the symbol of nobility, majesty, and holiness. As long as she had such thoughts, she felt that it was an unforgivable sin. After putting on the identity of the Empress, there was no need for Li Mu to explain who Big Sister Zhou was. He sized up Lu Hanyan with a glance and said in disbelief, "You have mystical power so quickly?" A moment ago when Lu Hanyan attacked him, Li Mu discovered that her cultivation had already reached the middle realm. Li Mu himself had done countless good deeds in the divine capital. He had absorbed the willpower of countless commoners, spent countless spirit jades, and worked like a horse for the Empress. With her help, he had been able to upgrade his divine ability in 2 months. After arriving at Mount Baiyun, he realized that Lu Hanyan's improvement in the past 2 months was even greater than his. Lu Hanyan said with a little pride, "In the past 2 months, I have been cultivating well. Master has also helped me a lot in my cultivation." As she spoke, she looked at Li Mu and asked in confusion, "Why are you also upgrading so quickly?" After consuming a lot of the sect's resources and with the help of her master, she was able to advance a few days ago. She thought that when Li Mu came back and saw that her cultivation had surpassed his, he would be shocked. But what she didn't expect was that just like her, he had also advanced to the middle realm. Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Do you think you are the only one who has been cultivating well?" He actually said this with a little guilty conscience. In the past 2 months, he had only cared about fighting with the officials, the rich, and the old parties. Where would he find the time to cultivate hard? He had only used the time that others cultivated hard to take shortcuts. On the surface, he didn't seem to have guided qi cultivation, but the Empress was a 7th realm elite. Casually hugging her thigh for a while could save him years of hard cultivation. Lu Hanyan had hugged Yu Zhenzi's thigh, but the Empress's thigh was obviously longer and fairer than Yu Zhenzi's. Lu Hanyan said doubtfully, "That's impossible. Even if you didn't eat or drink for the past 2 months and absorbed the spiritual jades all the time, it's impossible for you to break through so quickly. You must be hiding something from me." After not seeing him for 3 days, she had a whole new level of respect for him. When it came to cultivation, Li Mu could easily fool Lu Hanyan in the past. After cultivating on Mount Baiyun for 2 months, the current Lu Hanyan was obviously not so gullible anymore. Li Mu said in amusement, "Actually, it's nothing much. I originally didn't want to break through so quickly. It was Her Majesty who helped me. Her Majesty is a 7th realm transcendent elite. She is as powerful as your sect master. This kind of thing is nothing to her." Lu Hanyan said in surprise, "Why is Her Majesty so good to you?" Li Mu said, "I exchanged all of this with my own hard work. You don't know, but in the past 2 months in Chengdu, I worked like a horse for Her Majesty. I gave my all and did so many things in exchange for such an opportunity." Lu Hanyan held his hand and said sympathetically, It's been hard on you. It's not hard at all. Li Mu shook his head and said, only when I become stronger can I have the ability to protect you. Although it's hard to work for Her Majesty is also very generous. She let me be an internal guard. Not only did she give me cultivation resources, but she also rewarded us with a 5-sectioned house. In the future, when you and Wan come back, you will have a big house to stay in. Lu Hanyan said in surprise, a 5-sectioned house? Where is it? Li Mu said, the North Garden. Lu Hanyan was shocked. With her savings, she probably couldn't afford a 5-sectioned house in Chengdu, let alone the North Garden, where the high officials and nobles lived. Without a certain status, one couldn't afford a house in that kind of place even if they had the money. As if she realized something, Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and asked, Her Majesty is so good to you. Are the things you did in Chengdu very dangerous? Li Mu didn't want her to worry, so he smiled and said, no, it's mainly because Her Majesty is generous to her own people. What I did was just some trivial things. Xiaobai looked at Lu Hanyan and said, Sister Lu, do you and Sister Wan want to come back to Chengdu with us? Our house is very big, and only my benefactor and I live in it. Lu Hanyan looked tempted, but she still shook her head and said, not now. Wait until my cultivation improves a bit more. Li Mu didn't say anything to Xiaobai this time. He had made too many enemies in Chengdu. With his current strength, he couldn't protect them very well, unless they were like Xiaobai and stayed at home all day. At the very least, he had to learn most of the supernatural powers of the supernatural realm and improve his strength by a large margin. He had to gain a firm foothold in Chengdu. Thinking of something, he looked at Lu Hanyan and said with a smile, this time in Chengdu, I went to the great music bar and saw Yin, Miao Miao, Little 7, Little 16, and the others. They asked me a lot about you. Hearing about her former good sisters, Lu Hanyan looked excited and asked, you saw them? How are they now? Li Mu said, they're doing very well now. It's just that you left without saying goodbye. Lu Hanyan lowered her head and whispered, I didn't want to see everyone sad when we parted. Li Mu gently held her hand and said, you'll see them when you go to Chengdu. Lu Hanyan looked at him and said seriously, you have to take good care of them for me. Life in the great music bar isn't easy. They can't afford to offend anyone, and people often bully them. Little 7 and 16 are still young, so they don't dare to tell us when they're bullied. Li Mu patted her hand and said, don't worry, everyone in Chengdu knows that the great music bar is under my protection. Who dares to bully them? Lu Hanyan tapped his forehead and said, don't try to show off. Chengdu isn't North County. There are many people we can't afford to offend there. You've only been there for 2 months, so you don't know much about Chengdu. Remember the people I'm talking about, they're the most arrogant and despotic children of officials. If you see them, you have to avoid them. Now, even their fathers and grandfathers had to think twice before meeting Li Mu, let alone the sons of the rich and powerful officials in Luoyang. Li Mu waved his hand and said, no need. Lu Hanyan glared at him and said, I'm serious, listen to me. Li Mu was helpless but he could only nod. Lu Hanyan thought about it and said, there are many playboys in Chengdu. You have to remember these people and avoid them. They are Zhu Tsong, the son of the director of the Ministry of Rights, Yang Xiao, the son of the director of the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng, the son of the vice director of the Ministry of Revenue, and the grandson of the minister of Taichung Temple. Li Mu shook his head and said, they've been quite honest recently. Lu Hanyan looked at him and asked, you know them? Li Mu nodded and said, I know them. These scum like to bully people. After I taught them a lesson, they became much more honest. They hide when they see me on the street. Lu Hanyan said in disbelief. You taught them a lesson. They're the sons of officials. They don't need to be punished for breaking the law. They can pay for it with silver. Yang Xiao's father is the director of the Ministry of Justice. When they're in the Ministry of Justice, they can turn black into white. Li Mu explained. The Silver Act has been abolished. Back then, His Majesty wanted to abolish the Silver Act, but many officials objected. Later, I beat up their sons, grandsons, and so on and then compensated them with silver. It was reasonable and legal. The director of the Ministry of Justice didn't punish me, so those officials took the initiative to ask for the abolition of the Silver Act. Actually, the director of the Ministry of Justice isn't that bad. Most of the time he's very reasonable. Lu Hanyan was stunned and asked, the silver law has been abolished. Li Mu nodded and said, it's been abolished a long time ago. Lu Hanyan was silent for a long time before she accepted this fact. She thought for a while and said, "There's also the students of the academy. The academy has a high status. The officials of the imperial court are all their students. Now, the students of the academy are morally corrupt. They often bully the musicians in the workshop. You can't have a conflict with them," Li Mu said. "A few days ago, Little Seven was almost molested by a student of the academy. Later, I caught a few scum of the academy and chopped off their heads. Now, the students of the 3 academies are honest. In the future, the imperial court will no longer choose officials from the 4 academies. The academies monopolizing the imperial court has become history." Too many things had happened in the Luoyang in the past 2 months. Lu Hanyan couldn't come back to her senses. She was silent for a long time before she said, "There's another person who's more terrifying than the ones I just mentioned. He's called Zhou Chuchu. He's a member of the Zhou family and the Empress's younger brother. He's arrogant and domineering in the Luoyang and won't shy away from any evil." Li Mu nodded and said, "This guy is indeed more arrogant than the others. Not only did he kill someone on the street, he even dared to threaten the victim's family. He's simply lawless. So I simply struck him to death with a thunderbolt to prevent him from harming the people." Lu Hanyan stared blankly at Li Mu and asked, "Is this what you meant by a trivial matter?" Chapter 284. Although Lu Hanyan trusted Li Mu completely, she still could not believe what he had just said. Those hedonistic sons of rich families were tyrannical and lawless in Fairy's capital. Lu Hanyan had grown up hearing about their misdeeds. What exactly did these people go through to change their personalities in just 2 months? As long as she could remember, there had been a law of paying for crimes. Many officials had proposed to abolish it, but in the end, there had been no result. How could it be abolished so suddenly? The academy no longer had a transcendent status, and the young ruffian of the Zhou family, Zhou Chu, was dead. Were these all the trivial things he had done in the past 2 months? Lu Hanyan looked at Xiao Bai and asked, "Is what he said true?" Xiao Bai nodded and said, "It's true. The people of Luoyang like you very much. When we buy things on the street, they don't even take our money." After the shock, Lu Hanyan was only left with worry. She looked at Li Mu worriedly and asked, "You've offended so many people. Where will you go in Luoyang in the future? Why don't you quit being an official? We'll stay in Beijun. You can cultivate with me on Mount Baiyun." Li Mu smiled and said, "Don't worry. You know how many treasures I have. Besides, Her Majesty will protect me in Luoyang. It's the safest place in Great Zhou." Li Mu and Lu Hanyan did not walk the same path of cultivation. She had a master who was at the peak of Dongxian and had a pure Yin body like her. Lu Hanyan was destined to inherit the mantle of Yuzenzi. The resources of the ancestral court of Fulu School were at her disposal. However, Li Mu's cultivation depended on himself. The faith of the people was the foundation of his cultivation. Since he stood on the side of the people, he naturally had to stand on the opposite side of the privileged class. It was inevitable that he would offend people. Fortunately, he had the Empress and his own trump cards were not weak. Luoyang seemed dangerous, but it was also safe. After comforting Lu Hanyan for a while, she finally dispelled her worries. After 2 months of not seeing each other, Lu Hanyan had made rapid progress, and Wan Wan was not bad either. Her cultivation had already reached the spirit condensation realm, and because of her Lingtong, her strength was far beyond the spirit condensation realm. Just now when Li Mu was invisible, Lu Hanyan didn't discover him, but he couldn't hide from Wan Wan's eyes. If Wan Wan were to advance to the middle realm one day, her spirit eyes would probably evolve as well. After not seeing each other for 2 months, Xiao Bai had endless things to talk to them about. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Mu and Lu Hanyan looked at each other and understood what each other meant. The 2 of them stood up at the same time and said to the 2 girls, "It's getting late, you should rest early." After a while, the 2 of them sat cross-legged on the bed in Lu Hanyan's room. Their hands were clasped together, and mana flowed back and forth between their bodies through their hands. Traces of heaven and earth spiritual qi were attracted and quickly entered their bodies. After 2 months, Li Mu once again experienced the joy of duo cultivation. Cultivation was a boring thing, but duo cultivation of yin and yang brought a special sense of pleasure to both the body and the soul. This might be the reason why they were addicted to duo cultivation. The next day, the 2 of them didn't wake up until late in the morning. After that, Li Mu rode on his sword to Xianxia Peak. After being notified by the disciples guarding the peak, Xianxia quickly walked out of the Taoist palace of Xianxia Peak. He strode over and patted Li Mu on the shoulder and asked, "How was Luoyang?" Li Mu smiled. "It was fine." He looked around and didn't see the figure that often followed behind Xianxia. He asked, "Where's junior sister Qin?" Speaking of junior sister Qin, Xianxia looked helpless and said, "She didn't cultivate properly and always followed behind me. I asked her to go into seclusion. She's not allowed to come out until she reaches spirit concentration." As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Li Mu with a strange look, and found that he couldn't see through him at all. The last time they met, the two of them were spirit concentration. Now, in Xianxia's eyes, Li Mu was just like an ordinary person. Naturally, his cultivation couldn't have regressed. The only explanation was that Li Mu's cultivation had far surpassed his. Xianxia probed. "You have divine power?" Li Mu didn't deny it and nodded slightly. Xianxia was stunned for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "Freak, I thought junior sister Li was fast enough. I didn't expect you to be even faster." Li Mu was silent for a moment. His lips moved, but before he spoke, Xianxia said, "I know what you want to ask. Junior sister Li isn't here. I've kept an eye out for you. She hasn't returned to the sect in the past 2 months. If you really want to see her, maybe you can come back in 4 months. In 4 months, it will be the Triennial Peak competition. Junior sister Li's strength is one of the best in Purple Cloud Peak. She should be back to support Purple Cloud Peak." After chatting with Xianxia for a while, he went to supervise junior sister Qin's cultivation. Li Mu returned to White Cloud Peak again. Lu Hanyan was watering the flowers that Wan Wan and Xiao Bai planted yesterday. She asked, "Did you see your friend?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes." Lu Hanyan asked again, "Did you see Miss Li?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I didn't go to Purple Cloud Peak. When I was talking to Xianxia about her, he said she wasn't in the sect." In front of Lu Hanyan, Li Mu didn't deliberately hide anything. Their relationship was only 1 step away. If he hid it too much, it would show that he was guilty. It was better to be honest. Li Mu didn't continue this topic. In the end, he returned to Yangqiu County with Lu Hanyan. This was the place where they knew each other. It was also the place where Li Mu had lived the longest when he first came to this world. In these few days, the two of them cherished this reunion very much. They were together for almost 24 hours every day. The progress of their relationship was only 1 step away. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry. For a woman, this matter was sacred and had a sense of ceremony. It had to be left until the night of the wedding. Their original plan was to leave this day for the day of their breakthrough. They would use each other's primordial yang and primordial yin to break through to the middle realm. However, no one expected that Lu Hanyan would enter the Fulu school and Li Mu would meet the Empress. The two of them had already broken through to the God Power realm. They definitely couldn't wait until the next breakthrough. On the second day after returning to Yangqiu County, Li Mu left the city and went to Clearwater Bay. This time, other than returning to the northern region to see Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan, he also had an important mission. That was to bring Su He back to the divine capital and send Cui Ming on his way. After leaving the city, Li Mu flew on his sword and arrived at Clearwater Bay in an instant. Landing in front of the familiar hut, Li Mu was stunned as he looked at the surroundings. The illusion that Su He had set up was gone. The house by the shore had collapsed. The surrounding trees were crooked and some had even been uprooted. More importantly, the deep pool that originally existed here had dried up. The altar at the bottom of the pool was still there, but it was almost destroyed. The female corpse on the altar was also gone. Li Mu's face was gloomy as he searched the surroundings. Not only did he not find Su He's presence, but he also didn't find the 2 female ghosts. He only found the reason why the pool where the altar was located had dried up. For some unknown reason, the river that flowed through the Gulf of Clearwater suddenly changed its course 2 li before it passed through the Gulf of Clearwater, bypassing the Gulf of Clearwater. In this way, without the suppression of the water vein, the formation on the altar at the bottom of the sea would immediately lose its effect, unable to trap the female corpse underwater. Li Mu looked around and saw the mess by the shore of Clearwater Bay. Could this be caused by the battle between the female corpse and Su He after she escaped? Although they were of the same origin, one was a soul and the other was a physical body. They both wanted to devour each other's consciousness to reach perfection. When the two appeared at the same time, a great battle was unavoidable. Li Mu carefully thought about it and relaxed a little. After refining part of Thousand Illusions soul force, Suhi's strength was much stronger than that of the spirit corpse. If she stayed in the array, she would have a chance to retain her consciousness. Once she left the altar, she would be killed by Suhi and her body would be taken over. Li Mu didn't have to worry about Suhi at all. What he cared about now was where Suhi had gone. Chapter 285. At the shore of the Bay of Jade. Li Mu carefully examined the traces in the surroundings and confirmed that they were the result of a battle. The river that flowed through the Bay of Jade had also changed its course because the fierce battle had shattered the cliffs and blocked the original channel, causing the altar at the Bay of Jade to lose its water supply. Gradually, Li Mu discovered a few more problems. According to his initial deduction, the change in the river's course should have caused the altar's formation to weaken, allowing the spiritual corpse at the bottom to break out of the formation and engage in a great battle with Suhi. However, after careful examination, Li Mu felt that there should have been two experts above the 5th level fighting here. They had shattered the cliffs and forced the river to change its course, causing the female corpse at the bottom to break out of the formation. One of the 5th level experts had to be Suhi, so who could the other be? The possibility of it being a passing expert was not high. Many cultivators like to kill ghosts and demons indiscriminately. However, even cultivators who wanted to slay demons and protect the Tao would consider their own strength. They would definitely not fight with experts of the same level. If they fought with experts of similar strength, both sides would often be injured. Cultivation was not easy. No one wanted to be injured and cause their cultivation to drop, unless their target was Suhi. Who could have such a deep grudge against her? The answer was already obvious. Cui Ming. If Li Mu could think of Suhi, how could Cui Ming not think of it? After luckily escaping Madame Chu's calamity, he would definitely want to cut the weeds and eliminate all threats to him. Suddenly, Li Mu felt all the hairs on his body stand on end as a great sense of danger arose. He abruptly turned around and looked behind him. Behind him was a messy forest. A few trees had been overturned and those that were still standing on the ground were also swaying left and right. For some reason, this forest gave him an incomparably strange feeling. However, no matter whether he used his heaven's eye or opened his eyes, he could not see anything strange about this forest. Li Mu's eyes flashed slightly. He turned his back to the forest and slowly walked towards the dried-up pool. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking came from behind him. A branch from a poplar tree closest to Li Mu suddenly shot out and stabbed at Li Mu's back. The speed of the branch was unbelievably fast. Li Mu subconsciously dodged and avoided it, but his arm was still stabbed. After the branch pierced Li Mu's arm, it directly collapsed. However, there was no wound on Li Mu's arm, nor was there any blood. Bang! On the other hand, a strange sound suddenly came from the trunk of the poplar tree. Wood chips flew everywhere, and a large hole appeared on the trunk. The wholeness formula was a substitution technique. After Li Mu advanced to a divine ability, he could already master it. This technique could divert a portion of fatal damage. For such an attack, it could divert all of it. After the first attack failed, more branches madly grew out of the poplar tree and attacked Li Mu at lightning speed. Li Mu unsheathed Bai and faced the attacking branches. There was a sound similar to metal clashing. Bai slashed at the branches, but only left a shallow mark. He did not expect the branches to be so tough. They were not inferior to magic items. Li Mu had never seen such a divine ability. A green light flashed in his hand and Bai disappeared. The Xianxia sword was in his hand. Li Mu raised his sword and slashed at the branches. This time, the branches attacking him were easily chopped off like tofu. Soon, only the bare trunk of the poplar tree was left. In the next moment, Li Mu suddenly felt his legs tighten. He looked down and realized that his legs were entangled by two vines that extended from the ground. He waved the Xianxia sword and two green lights flashed. Two thick vines were cut off by the Xianxia sword. Li Mu held the Xianxia sword in his hand and looked around. He realized that in a short period of time, he was surrounded by the shadows of trees. The trees in the forest surrounded him in layers. They were constantly changing their positions, implying some kind of formation. If they were allowed to form a formation, it would be very difficult for him to break the formation. Moreover, The person behind the scenes had not shown himself yet. Li Mu did not think too much. He took out a fu lu and threw it into the air. Rumble. In the sky, the sound of thunder was loud. A huge purple thundernet came down from the sky. When the trees around Li Mu came into contact with the purple lightning net, they immediately turned into black ashes. Only a thick willow tree remained standing in its original place. A human face appeared on the willow tree. It was the face of an old man. He was staring at Li Mu with a horrified look. Green liquid flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This cultivator in the magical state, the strength of his Dharma treasure, the strength of his Fu Lu, and the strangeness of his supernatural powers were completely beyond his imagination. He, who was seriously injured, wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack this human cultivator and devour his essence, blood and soul to recover from his injuries. He did not expect to be at a disadvantage in such a short period of time. Not only did his injuries not recover, they even worsened. Everything in this trip to the North region was beyond his expectations. First, he found out that the soul of the woman that the prince consort asked him to find was still there. Moreover, she had already become a fifth realm ghost cultivator. Even though she had just entered the fifth realm, he suffered a lot. In the end, just as he was about to use his powerful spiritual power to heavily injure the female ghost and kill her, something happened. Their battle destroyed a cliff, and the collapsed cliff caused the river to stop flowing. After that, a female corpse flew out of the pool. That female corpse looked exactly the same as the female ghost. Although she was only at the peak of the fourth realm, she was only one step away from the fifth realm. After the female corpse appeared, she first attacked the female ghost. He wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor. He did not expect that the two would team up to deal with him. Although he was strong, he could not take on the combined forces of the corpse and ghost. After heavily injuring them, they escaped. He could not chase after them, so he could only stay here and recover. Today, he finally saw a human cultivator and wanted to devour him to recover. He did not expect this person's strength to be beyond his imagination. Instead, it brought him trouble. Fifth Realm Tree Demon. Li Mu's face was gloomy. He looked at the face on the willow tree and said, "Cui Ming sent you. Where is Su He?" This person pointed out Prince Consort Cui. The old man's expression changed and he immediately understood. Prince Consort Cui's guess was right. Someone wanted to use the female ghost to cause trouble. Since that was the case, he could not let him go so easily. The willow tree changed and turned into a skinny old man. His feet were rooted to the ground. Branches and vines quickly drilled out of the ground and surrounded the forest Li Mu was in. Countless branches and vines shot toward Li Mu from all directions. Although Li Mu had a treasured armor to protect him, it mainly defended against spells. Even the treasured armor could not completely protect him from physical attacks that had no blind spots. Li Mu formed a seal with one hand and silently chanted a spell. The Xianxia sword turned into thousands of sword shadows and surrounded his body. They scattered in all directions. Wherever the sword light passed, the vines and branches were all destroyed. Puff! The old man's body trembled and he grunted. He spat out green liquid again. Li Mu looked at him and asked coldly, "Speak. Where is Su He?" The old man's aura withered again and his face was filled with shock. After the short battle just now, he was almost certain that even if he was at his peak, he might not be a match for this Abhijina cultivator. Moreover, he had only recovered less than 30% of his strength. If he continued to fight, he might really die here. He did not continue to fight and quickly fled into the depths of the forest. Su He's whereabouts were unknown. Li Mu naturally would not let this tree demon go. He stuck a spirit travel talisman on himself and chased into the depths of the forest. The injured tree demon was frantically fleeing. Compared to the prince consort's safety, he cared more about his own life. In the 100 years of cultivation, he had experienced many dangers. However, after entering the fifth realm, he had never been chased by a fourth realm cultivator. He had also never seen such a powerful fourth realm cultivator. Fortunately, this was his home ground. It was not difficult to shake off the cultivator behind him. As he fled, he turned back to take a look. This glance made his soul leave his body. He saw that the human cultivator's speed was even faster than his. In the process of chasing, the human cultivator was constantly closing the distance between them. He would probably catch up to him soon. The tree demon was shocked. He did not dare to be careless and released his abhijna with all his might. Wherever he passed, trees grew rapidly. The branches overlapped and completely sealed off his escape route. Li Mu's pursuit was blocked. He simply flew into the air above the forest. Looking down from above, the lush forest seemed to have become a hole. Suddenly, it became quiet. There were no longer any strange movements in the forest. The tree demon had clearly concealed his aura and completely blended into the forest. No matter how Li Mu used his heavenly eye or opened his eyes, he could not discover him. Fifth realm demons could conceal their demonic aura. The demon-seeking talisman would not be of much use. He could be sure that the tree demon was still in the forest. However, he did not know where exactly he was. Li Mu's body descended slowly. He began to search the forest carefully. The forest was extremely quiet. It was so quiet that he could only hear his own footsteps. After a long time, his search was fruitless. Li Mu looked around. After confirming that there was no danger, he turned his back to a huge tree and rested for a short while. A human face gradually appeared on the tree behind him. A withered claw reached out silently from the tree trunk. Then, with lightning speed, it grabbed towards Li Mu's back. There was no time to react at such a short distance. The withered claw immediately made contact with Li Mu's body. However, it did not pierce through Li Mu's body as the tree demon had expected. It grabbed his heart and crushed it viciously. The claw was extremely fast. The moment it made contact with Li Mu's body, it seemed to have collided with an iron wall. With a crack, it directly snapped. Li Mu quickly turned around. He grabbed the wrist of the withered claw and stuck a fulu on it. He said indifferently, "Freeze." The withered claw remained in its extended position. The human face on the huge tree also became stunned. Chapter 286. Taking advantage of the moment when the tree demon was immobilized by the body-securing talisman, Li Mu stretched out his hand. A chain appeared in his hand and he tied it to the tree. After the tree in front of him was bound by the chain, it gradually transformed into a skinny old man with a chain around his neck. This was a torture tool specially made by the imperial court. It was used to capture demons and spirits, and it was always successful. The cultivation of the demons and spirits that were locked up would also be sealed. This fifth realm tree demon was now just an ordinary old man. Fortunately, he was heavily injured and probably had not even recovered 30% of his strength. Otherwise, even though Li Mu was not afraid of him in a head-on battle, it was almost impossible to capture him alive. Li Mu took away the body-securing talisman, and the old man gradually regained his consciousness. Feeling the cold chain around his neck and the sealed mana in his body, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to escape but was gently pulled back by Li Mu. Li Mu looked at the old man and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Where did Suhi go?" The old man glanced at Li Mu but did not speak. Li Mu took out a fulu and waved it in front of the old man. He asked, "Do you know what this is?" The old man looked at the purple heaven thunder talisman in his hand, and could not help but swallow his saliva. Li Mu asked, "Guess, how many bolts of lightning can you withstand now?" The old man lowered his head and his face was extremely pale. Li Mu kept the purple heaven thunder talisman and took out a few more. He said, "Other than the purple heaven thunder talisman, I have a few more good things here. This is a sword talisman. It will destroy your demon body with one strike and your demon soul with the second strike. This sword is a heaven-grade divine weapon. It will not be a waste for you to die under this sword." The old man trembled and hurriedly said, "They escaped. The female ghost and the female corpse escaped." Li Mu was able to sense the emotions of this tree demon, so the possibility of him lying was not high. This made Li Mu feel a little relieved. If something really happened to Suhi in the hands of this old demon, then even if he chopped him into pieces and burned him as firewood, it would still not be enough to appease the hatred in his heart. Li Mu's face was calm as he looked at the old man and said, "Speak, what happened at the Bay of Clear Water? If there is even half a lie, don't blame me for chopping you into pieces and burning you for firewood." The tree demon's life was in the hands of others, so he didn't dare to hide anything. He recounted everything that had happened in the Bay of Clear Water. He had been ordered by Cui Ming to come to North County to look for Madame Chu and Su He. He had searched the entire Xianxia County with his ghost-seeking technique, but he couldn't find Madame Chu. Instead, he found Su He, who had just come out of seclusion. One demon and one ghost. A great battle broke out at that time. He had been in the 5th level for a long time, and Suhi's cultivation was not as profound as his. However, their battle later on shattered the cliff, causing the bay of clear water to stop flowing, releasing the female corpse from the bottom of the water. At first, the female corpse attacked Suhi, but soon, the two came to an agreement and began to attack the tree demon. The tree demon was fighting 1 against 2, so he wasn't strong enough. He used a secret technique to heavily injure them, forcing Suhi and the female corpse to retreat. However, he was also heavily injured and could only recuperate in the bay of clear water. Until he met Li Mu. Li Mu looked at him coldly and asked, "Did Cui Ming send you?" The old man lowered his head, neither admitting nor denying. Li Mu fixed him in place again and sent him into the flask space. The flask space was a small space created by experts above the level of transcendence. It was attached to the real world and could be used to store things and hide people. In ancient times, some almighty experts would even create a spacious space for themselves to live in. Li Mu's ring had a very small space, equivalent to a small house, but it was enough to store the tree demon. The most important thing now was to find Suhi. Although the tree demon was here and Suhi was no longer needed to provide a witness, she was injured by the tree demon and the female corpse was spying on her. Li Mu was still worried about her safety. However, the north region was so big and there were no clues. Where should he go to find her? After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the county office and ask. If there was no news from the county office, then he would go to the county office. With a heavy heart, Li Mu walked out of the bay of clear water. At a certain moment, he sensed something and looked to the side. In the next moment, he flew into a dense forest on the left. "Save me!" In the forest, a girl was carrying a bamboo basket with some freshly picked mushrooms. At this moment, the girl was being forced into a corner by several gray wolves. Her face was filled with panic. A gray wolf grinned, revealing its white teeth, and pounced at the girl. The bamboo basket in the girl's hand fell. She curled up into a ball and closed her eyes in despair. However, after waiting for a long time, nothing terrible happened to her. She carefully opened her eyes and saw a figure standing in front of her. The gray wolves were lying motionless on the ground. They were clearly dead. Seeing this scene, the girl was stunned for a moment. She quickly got up from the ground and said, "Thank you for saving my life, young master." It was just a few wild wolves. Li Mu could kill them with a wave of his hand. He bent down and helped the girl pick up the mushrooms on the ground. He put them into the basket and handed it back to her. "Are you okay?" The girl shook her head and said, "I'm fine." She took a step forward and was about to take the basket when her foot suddenly twisted and she almost fell. Li Mu quickly reached out to support her. When he approached the girl, he smelled a faint fragrance on her body. He could not help but sniff a few more times. The girl noticed Li Mu's actions and blushed. Li Mu coughed and asked, "Are you injured?" The girl looked down and a trace of pain appeared on her face. "I think I twisted my ankle." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "I'm a cultivator. If you don't mind, I can treat you." The girl said, "My life was saved by young master. How would I dare to mind? I'll leave my injury to young master. I'm sorry for offending you." Li Mu bent down. His hand glowed with golden light as he gently held the girl's slender ankle. A strange numbness came from her ankle, causing her to blush even more. Soon Li Mu withdrew his hand, stood up and said, "Miss, you can try again." The girl nodded and tried to walk a few steps. She said in surprise, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Young master, you're amazing." Li Mu smiled and said, "This mountain is not safe. Where is your home? I'll send you back." The girl said, "My home is in the village at the foot of the mountain. I'll have to trouble young master." Li Mu smiled again and said, "It's no trouble. Let's go." The girl carried the basket and walked side by side with Li Mu. She curiously asked, "Young master, are you a cultivator? I heard that our northern county has a Fulu school. The cultivators there are all very powerful. Are you a disciple of the Fulu school?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I'm only a mountain cultivator. I don't have the qualifications to be a disciple of the Fulu school." The girl smiled and said, "Young master, you're too humble. You're so skilled to be able to kill those hungry wolves so easily and heal my injuries. Young master, you must not be an ordinary cultivator. Li Mu waved his hand and said, just a few hungry wolves. If young master is willing, you can easily get rid of them. The girl was stunned and shook her head. Young master, you're joking. I don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. If I'm not as powerful as young master, how can I deal with those hungry wolves? Li Mu looked at her and smiled. What's so powerful about dealing with a few hungry wolves? I can't compare to young master who can steal the sky and fake the sun. The girl looked at Li Mu and was slightly stunned. She said in shock, Young master, what are you talking about? Li Mu said coldly, You vixen, how long are you going to pretend for? The woman stared straight at Li Mu. The panic on her face gradually calmed down, but she still asked with some surprise, How did you see through it? With your cultivation, it's impossible for you to see through my true form. Li Mu said, Do I need to see? I can smell your scent from far away. The girl's expression changed. She asked in embarrassment and anger, What scent do I have? Li Mu said, Fragrance. The girl's fragrance was one that Li Mu had never smelled before. It was not the fragrance of flowers or herbs. It was a unique body fragrance. When he was in the divine capital, Li Mu smelled this body fragrance every night when he fell asleep. How could he not know that she was from the heavenly fox clan like Xiao Bai? Even though there was a huge difference in the fragrance coming from the two of them, Li Mu was certain that there was no mistaking it. The girl's expression softened. She looked around and said, I don't believe that you can guess that there's something wrong with me just by the fragrance. Li Mu pointed at the colorful mushrooms in her bamboo basket and said, If you want to pretend to be a little girl picking mushrooms, please be more professional. Who would go to the mountains to pick poisonous mushrooms? Chapter 287. After being exposed by Li Mu, that woman simply did not continue acting anymore. She threw away the bamboo basket, curled her lips and said, What kind of lousy forest is this? Even the mushrooms here are poisonous. Li Mu's expression had completely darkened. He kept a distance from the fox demon and asked sternly, How dare you, demon? You pretended to be a human woman and lured me here. What do you want? Li Mu could not see through the fox demon's cultivation. The demon aura emitted from her body was very strong. She was at least in the five-tailed realm. Seducing men and absorbing yang qi were common tricks used by the three-tailed fox spirit. The five-tailed fox spirit was already comparable to a human fifth-realm cultivator. The effects of human yang qi, blood, and soul on their cultivation were negligible. The woman smiled seductively and said, Someone asked me to kill you. Look at your handsome face and soft skin. I can't bear to do it. How about this? If you join the Meizong sect, I won't kill you. I can also report back. Hearing the name Meizong sect, Li Mu's expression changed slightly. Like the corpse sect of the Thousand Illusions Venerable and the soul sect of the Nether Ghost Saint, the Meizong sect was also one of the 10 sects of the demonic path. It was said that the people of the Meizong sect were all handsome men and beautiful women. They were all good at seduction. It was an important organization used by the demonic path to collect and inquire about information. Li Mu's enemies were all in Fairy's capital. Who in Fairy's capital was colluding with the demonic path to be able to hire the assassins of the Meizong sect? Cui Ming, Zhou Ting, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Li Mu counted and found that he had offended too many people. There was no way to determine who was the mastermind unless he asked the fox in front of him. Then he looked at the woman in front of him and asked, Who asked you to kill me? The woman shook her head gently and said regretfully, I can't tell you this unless you go back with me, Li Mu said. Then let's see if you have the ability. The woman smiled charmingly and said, Then I'll let you see my abilities. As she smiled, Li Mu's mind wavered. However, he had been tested by Xiao Bai for a long time and quickly regained his composure. After silently reciting the clear heart mantra, the fox demon's seduction technique was completely useless against him. Her charm failed and the woman said in surprise, No wonder you're so bold. You do have some skills. 2 short swords appeared in her hands. She smiled and said, Since you're not willing, then I'll beat you until you're willing. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared before Li Mu's eyes. He immediately used the fighting word incantation, and his body instinctively lifted his sword to block. He fought with the fox demon who wielded a short sword. The 2 short swords in her hands were obviously not ordinary weapons. They were able to clash head-on with the Xianxia's sword without any damage. Not only that, but her close combat ability was also very outstanding. Her movements were nimble and extremely fast. If it wasn't for the battle character art, Li Mu would definitely not be her match in close combat. Li Mu was shocked, but the fox demon was even more shocked. Although her attacks were swift and fierce, Li Mu's defense was equally shocking. No matter which direction she attacked from, he could easily block it. It gave her a feeling that he was airtight and flawless. Not only that, he was only a transcendent realm cultivator, but the dermic power in his body seemed to be inexhaustible. After activating a heaven-class dermic artifact for such a long time, his dermic power did not seem to be depleted at all. It was very strange. Although Li Mu would not be at a disadvantage in close combat with the fox demon, it would be difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Therefore, he took the initiative to retreat and threw out a few Fu Lu. The purple heaven thunder talisman and sword talisman came out together. The fox demon made a hand seal and a dermic power shield appeared around her body. Neither the purple heaven thunder talisman nor the sword talisman could break through her defense. Li Mu used the thousand sword shadows again, but she still managed to block it. Although he had entered the transcendent realm, Li Mu's dermic power was still not comparable to a fifth realm cultivator. Even if he used all his strength, he could only fight to a draw with a fifth realm cultivator. For a fourth realm cultivator, this was already an unbelievable battle power. But no matter what, he still could not defeat the fox demon in front of him. Li Mu, on the other hand, had a winning move. He still had a heaven-grade talisman that could summon a golden armored soldier that could easily suppress this demon. However, that talisman could only be used once. Using it on her was tantamount to using a cannon to kill a mosquito, or using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. He had wasted a life-saving trump card in vain. The fox demon stood in the distance and looked at Li Mu as if she was looking at a treasure. She said, "I admit that I have underestimated you. If you join the Meizong sect, I will tell you who wants to kill you." Li Mu ignored her. His mind moved again and the Xianxia's sword flew out from his hand. It turned into a ray of light and shot towards the fox demon. The fox demon threw out two short swords and fought with the Xianxia's sword in the air. She smiled at Li Mu and said, "It's no use. You are no match for me." Whoosh! Just as she finished speaking, a ray of golden light shot out from Li Mu's hand and flew in front of her in an instant. The golden light turned into a golden rope, and before the fox demon had time to react, it tied her up tightly. The moment she was tied up by the rope, the fox demon could no longer use her dermic power. Clang! Without the control of their master, the two short swords fell from the air and landed on the ground with a crisp sound. The fox demon's expression changed. She struggled a few times but found that the rope was getting tighter and tighter. She felt pain and stopped struggling immediately. Li Mu kept the Xianxia's sword and clapped his hands. He walked over from afar and said, "Stop struggling. This is the immortal binding rope. You are a five-tailed fox demon. You will not be able to break free. The more you struggle, the tighter it will be." The fox demon glared at Li Mu and said, "How can you be a hero when you ambush me in the dark?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I did not say that I am a hero." The Empress had not given him this thing to be a hero in the first place. Although the speed of this immortal binding lock was fast, it was very easy to dodge when it was used to bind someone head-on. It would only be effective when it caught the enemy off guard. This fox was still not cautious enough. Li Mu walked in front of her and said, "Tell me who sent you to kill me?" The woman looked at him coldly and said, "You better let me go right now." Li Mu made a series of hand seals, and the rope around her body drew closer and closer. She didn't know if the rope was intentional or not, but it wrapped around her chest. As it tightened, the originally magnificent rope was quickly twisted out of shape. The woman's face showed a trace of pain. She looked at Li Mu with even more anger. Li Mu stood in front of her and felt a little awkward. There was something wrong with the position of the rope. When the rope was tightened, it would act on her body and deform a certain part of her body. It made her look like a pervert with some kind of evil taste. Li Mu loosened the rope a little. He thought for a while and picked up a rattan from the ground. He pointed at the woman with the rattan and said, "Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I will whip you." The woman gritted her teeth and said, "Don't you dare." Whoosh! Li Mu used the rattan as a whip and whipped her. He said expressionlessly, "Tell me." The woman had lost her composure. She was ashamed and angry. She said loudly, "I will definitely kill you." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Mu whipped her a few more times. The more he whipped her, the easier it became. He could even feel the joy of the Empress. Although this fox demon was not bad-looking, she wanted to take his life. There was no such thing as being protective of the fairer sex. Li Mu wanted to know who was behind her and then return to Chengdu to take his life. This was truly colluding with the demon sect. In the Great Zhou, it was a serious crime that could lead to the extermination of an entire family. The woman's face was full of shame and anger. The rattan was imbued with mana. When it hit her body, it hurt. However, the pain on her body was not worth mentioning compared to the humiliation in her heart. She stared fixedly at Li Mu. Her originally clear and bright eyes seemed to be filled with flames of fury. "There's no use looking at me like that," Li Mu said. "Tell me who ordered you. As long as you are obedient, you will suffer less physical pain." The woman took a deep breath. The anger in her eyes was gradually extinguished. She said calmly, "My name is Phantom Princess. Remember my name. I will return today's humiliation 100-fold." With that, she grabbed a piece of jade hanging from her waist and crushed it. In the next moment, her figure disappeared before Li Mu's eyes. The immortal binding lock lost its target and shrunk rapidly. Finally, it shrunk into a ball and fell to the ground. A spatial Dharma treasure. Li Mu was shocked to see the fox demon escape before his eyes. He did not expect the fox demon to have such a Dharma treasure. Just like the flask Dharma treasure, this spatial Dharma treasure had the ability to teleport. It could only be made by a 7th realm cultivator. It could teleport someone thousands of miles away. Li Mu searched the surroundings for a long time but could not find the fox demon's aura. In the end, he could only walk back. He picked up the 2 short swords that she did not have time to retrieve and put them into his ring. Then, he flew in the direction of the county. Chapter 288. Jianghu County. 100,000 Mountains. In a hidden palace in the mountain, after a spatial ripple, Phantom Princess's figure appeared out of thin air. A few figures sitting cross-legged in the palace slowly opened their eyes. A stooped old man asked, "Who actually forced you to use a teleportation talisman?" Lord Heavenly Lord also refined one of this talisman. "Could it be that you encountered a 6th realm cultivator?" A despicable human cultivator. Phantom Princess's beautiful face was filled with anger. "How dare he do this to me? The next time I meet him, I'll make him wish he was dead." She did not say that the person who had forced her to use her life-saving trump card was just a minor cultivator in the transcendent realm. She had lost to a Realm 4 cultivator and even lost her weapon. This was an extremely embarrassing matter. Even now, she still didn't understand how a 4th realm cultivator with magical powers could have so many strange magical powers, magical weapons that were impossible to defend against, and high-level talismans that he didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when he threw them away. She walked out of the palace and the people outside bowed. "Greetings, Lord Phantom Princess." Phantom Princess's face darkened. "Tell Cui Ming that the mission failed. Tell him to pray for himself." North County. When Li Mu walked into Xianxia County, he still could not figure out who had asked the Devil's Doctrine to hunt him down from afar. Cui Ming and Zhou Ting were the most likely culprits. After all, he killed Zhou Ting's son and caused Cui Ming to lose his position. He also caused him to be searched. The purpose of returning to North County was to send him on his way as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the fox demon got away. If it wasn't her chest that was tied up but her hand, this wouldn't have happened. It was this indecent talisman that was to blame. But then again, that fox demon's teleportation talisman was really heaven-defying. As long as he crushed it when he was in danger, he could immediately escape. It was more effective than any offensive or defensive talisman. When he returned to the fairy's capital this time, he had to ask His Majesty indirectly if he could get one for himself. What made him helpless was that he already had a lot of enemies. Now, there was another level 5 fox demon. The heavenly fox race was very stubborn about revenge. For a gentleman, 10 years wasn't too late. For a fox, 100 years wasn't too long. Not only were they vengeful, but they were also very patient. In order to take revenge, they could suffer hardships that ordinary people could not. They could endure pain that ordinary people could not endure. Often, fox demons would go undercover by their enemies' side in order to take revenge. They would follow them for decades just to find an opportunity to take revenge. One could only be a thief for 1,000 days, but not a thief for 1,000 days. If he had the chance to see her again, he was afraid that he would ruthlessly destroy her and eliminate her completely. After returning home, Lu Hanyan stood in the courtyard and asked, "Where did you go?" Lu Hanyan already knew of Su He's existence. Li Mu didn't hide it and said, "I went to find Miss Su. This time, I'm going back to the northern county to bring her back to the divine capital to testify and let the imperial court punish Prince Cui Ming." Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "So you didn't come to see me and Wan Wan?" Li Mu looked at Xiao Bai and said, "Xiao Bai, help me testify. Did we go to White Cloud Mountain to find them as soon as we arrived in the northern county?" Xiao Bai ran over and nodded seriously. She said, "As soon as we came back, we went to find Sister Lu and Wan Wan." After she finished speaking, she seemed to have noticed something and sniffed. Then she glanced at Li Mu and silently lowered her head. Lu Hanyan explained, but Li Mu found that ever since he came back, Xiao Bai had been acting very strange. She seemed a bit disappointed and would occasionally glance at him. When Li Mu noticed this, she quickly lowered her head. After dinner, Li Mu came to her room and asked, "What happened?" Xiao Bai lowered her head and said, "Benefactor, you have another little vixen by your side. Don't you like me anymore?" Li Mu was stunned for a while before he understood what she meant. He didn't expect Xiao Bai's perception to be so sharp. She even knew that Li Mu had come into contact with another vixen. Just now, besides fighting, Li Mu had helped her up when she fell. In order to test her, he had deliberately touched her fox feet. Li Mu didn't mention this matter. Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan didn't know, but Xiao Bai sensed it. He smiled and explained, "There's no other vixen. When I came back, I fought with a vixen who wanted to kill me. It wasn't easy to catch her, but she ran away." He patted Xiao Bai's head and said, "Don't worry, I can only have you by my side." After hearing this, Xiao Bai's face lit up with joy again. Then she was a little worried and asked, "Is that vixen powerful? Are you hurt?" Li Mu nodded and said, "She's very powerful. She's a 5-tailed vixen. She should also be a descendant of the celestial fox. I don't know if she will come to me for revenge in the future," Xiao Bai said firmly. "I will work hard to cultivate and become powerful as soon as possible. If she comes to you for revenge, I will protect you." Li Mu reached out and pinched her face, saying, "Stay at home and don't think too much. I still have something to do and have to go out. By the way, don't tell Sister Lu about this. Don't make her worry." Xiao Bai said obediently, "Go ahead, benefactor. I will keep the secret." After comforting Xiao Bai, Li Mu left home and went to the county government. In the Yangqiu county government, Constable Zhou saw Li Mu and said in surprise, "Li Mu, why are you back?" "I heard from Zhang Shan that you went to Chengdu." Li Mu smiled and said, "I have some business to attend to, so I need to go back to the North County." Constable Zhou sighed and said, "Although the salary in Chengdu is high, it's not easy to survive. How are you doing there?" "Not bad." Li Mu exchanged a few words with him and asked, "You haven't been back for 2 months. How did the Gulf of Clearwater become like that? Does Constable Zhou know what happened?" Constable Zhou said, "I don't know the details. It said that 2 masters fought at the Gulf of Clearwater and affected the water in Yangqiu County." Li Mu asked, "Does the county government know where the master of the fight went?" Constable Zhou shook his head and said, "I don't know." Li Mu regretted it. He missed his wife so much that after returning to the North County, he went straight to Baiyun Mountain and didn't find Su He first. Although the battle between her and the tree demon had already happened at that time, it hadn't been that long. Perhaps he could still follow some traces and find her. However, it had been quite a few days since the battle, and there were no traces of her at all. There was no way to find her. Since he didn't get any useful information from the county government, Li Mu used a high-level teleport talisman and went to the county government as fast as he could. In the past, it took him more than half a day to go from Yangqiu County to the county government. Now that his cultivation had increased, it took him less than an hour with the help of the high-level teleport talisman. After Commandery Officer Shen's cultivation increased, he left the North County. Li Mu wasn't familiar with the new commandery officer, so he went to find Constable Zhao directly. 2 days ago, Li Mu had just treated them to a meal in the county capital. Constable Zhao saw him and said with a smile, "We'll be going to the county government soon. Do you want to drink tonight?" "Not today," Li Mu shook his head and said. "I came to find you this time because there's an important matter." Hearing Li Mu's words, Constable Zhao's expression became more serious and he said, "What is it? Tell me." Li Mu said, "There was a battle between 2 masters in Xianxia County and it affected the water." "Constable Zhao, do you know?" Constable Zhao nodded and said, "I know. I personally handled this matter." From the traces at the scene, it was at least a battle between 2 fifth realm cultivators. Moreover, it was very likely that they were a ghost and a demon. Fortunately, the place where they fought was desolate and uninhabited. "No one was injured?" Li Mu asked. "Does the county government know where the ghost cultivator went?" Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "I don't know about that." Li Mu looked disappointed. At this moment, Constable Zhao continued, "However, a strange thing happened in Yu County these 2 days. Could it be related to this?" Li Mu immediately asked, "What strange thing?" Constable Zhao said, 2 days ago, a thick fog rose from the mountainside of a mountain in Yu County. When the people entered the fog, they couldn't see their fingers in front of them. No matter how they walked, they would eventually come out of the fog. The initial suspicion was that a ghost was causing trouble, but the ghost didn't hurt anyone. The local government investigated and the county government's cultivators couldn't enter the fog. Yu County just reported it and the county government hasn't had time to deal with it yet. Li Mu couldn't let go of anything that could be related to Suhi. He thought for a moment and said, "Which mountain in Yu County? I'll go take a look." Chapter 289. North Region. Yu County. A nameless mountain. This mountain had no name since ancient times. The people in the villages at the foot of the mountain made a living by gathering firewood and hunting. 3 days ago, in one night, a thick fog suddenly appeared on the mountainside. The fog was a vast expanse of white. After walking into the fog, it was difficult to see anything. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hand. Not too long after the commoners walked into the fog, they would walk out of it again. It was as if they were walking around in circles. The cultivators from the county yamen who entered the fog also met the same fate as the commoners. Clearly, there was a formation set up in the fog that prevented outsiders from entering. Typically speaking, such a situation would only occur when the mountain was occupied by an expert. It was fortunate that the expert in the fog only occupied the mountain and didn't harm the commoners. The officials of Yu County didn't dare to disturb the person in the fog, so they could only report the situation to the county yamen and wait for the county yamen to deal with it. This mountain concerned the livelihood of the commoners at the foot of the mountain. The several hundred commoners at the foot of the mountain were also concerned about the situation in the fog. For the past 3 days, the fog had remained calm. However, an hour ago, it suddenly began to fluctuate intensely. It was unknown what terrifying thing had happened inside, but it left the commoners feeling uneasy. Halfway up the mountain, within the fog, more than 10 black silhouettes were using all kinds of demonic arts and artifacts to attack a formation. There were 2 women in the formation. Even though they were dressed differently, their appearances and figures were identical, as if they were twin sisters. No matter how one looked at them, one wouldn't be able to tell the difference between them. The only difference between the 2 was their temperament. One of them had a pale face, but there was gentleness in her eyes. On the other hand, the other had a frosty expression on her face, and there wasn't the slightest hint of life in her. The gentle-looking woman seemed to be severely injured. Her body seemed to be in a state between illusory and corporeal, as if she would dissipate at any moment. The other white-robed woman had a frosty expression on her face, and her aura was weak as well. It was clear that she was severely injured. The dozen or so black figures were clearly ghosts, and they were using all kinds of methods to attack the formation. Under their attacks, the formation was on the verge of collapse, and it was not far from being broken. I didn't think that we would have such a harvest this time around. Even though we didn't manage to find out the cause of Prince Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's death, we managed to find a severely injured spirit. This isn't a loss at all. If we can absorb her soul energy, we'll be able to take a step closer to the specter realm. There's also a flying stiff. If we capture it and sell it to the corpse sect, we'll definitely be able to exchange it for a lot of good stuff. When the time comes, we'll split it equally. The dozen or so ghosts communicated with each other, and the speed of their attacks increased. This formation, which was not very powerful, would soon be unable to hold on. Within the formation, Suhi's presence was already extremely weak. She looked at her other self and said, "My soul is about to disperse. Before it completely disperses, devour me. Only then will you have a chance to escape from them. I'll leave the matter of avenging us to you." The female corpse glanced at her. There was no expression on her cold face. She looked at the dozen or so black shadows outside the formation. 2 white fangs protruded from the corners of her mouth, and her fingernails grew an inch longer. Boom! A shockwave spread out in all directions, and the formation finally shattered under the all-out attack of the dozen or so ghosts. The dozen or so ghosts had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. As soon as the formation was broken, they immediately charged forward. The female corpse moved swiftly, leaving behind afterimages wherever she went. Her fingernails gleamed with a cold glint as they tore through the air. She stood guard by Suhi's side, preventing the dozen or so ghosts from getting close to her. Upon seeing this, the leader of the group immediately said, "Capture the female corpse first." The other ghosts gave up on approaching Suhi and began to work together to attack her. The body of the flying corpse was as tough as a steel wall. The ghost weapons in their hands were unable to deal much damage to her body. However, if they were scratched by the female corpse's fingernails, their souls would be damaged. The dozen or so ghosts cooperated well and quickly turned their attacks into entrapments. The ghost weapons in their hands turned into ghost chains surrounded by black gas. These ghost chains seemed to have a life of their own as they wandered in the air and quickly bound the female corpse's hands and feet. Even though she was extremely strong, she could not fight against 10 ghosts alone and was immediately restrained. The leader of the ghosts used all his strength to restrain the female corpse and said to another ghost beside him, "Go and kill that ghost first. She's heavily injured and can't fight back. Extract her soul energy and then deal with this flying corpse." The 4th realm vile spirit obeyed the order and walked to Suhi's side with an excited look on his face. This was a 5th realm vile spirit. Even the 10 kings of hell under the Lord of Hell were merely vile spirits. When they saw such a powerful being, they would usually prostrate themselves in worship. How would they dare to attack them, let alone kill one with their own hands? He let out a sinister laugh and raised the ghost fork in his hand, stabbing it viciously at Suhi. Boom! A purple thunderbolt exploded above his head. Wherever the thunderbolt passed, the white fog disappeared. When the thunderbolt landed on his head, he could not resist at all. His body dissipated and turned into pure soul energy. When the other ghosts saw this, they were horrified. However, before they could recover from their shock, purple thunderbolts also appeared above their heads. Most of these ghosts were 3rd realm vile spirits. Only a few 4th realm vile spirits could resist the purple heavenly thunder, which could only be used by a 5th realm powerful being. They were directly wiped out without even having the slightest thought of resisting. Only the leader of the ghosts had something flickering in his body and withstood the thunderbolt. However, his aura was slightly weakened. When the lightning snakes danced wildly in the fog, he was already scared out of his wits. The purple heavenly thunder was a unique technique of the Tao Sex creation realm powerful beings. They were as powerful as their masters, the 10 kings of hell. He gave up on the female corpse and wanted to escape without hesitation. However, the moment he turned around, a green sword shadow pierced through his chest. His body froze on the spot and dissipated into black fog. The fog tumbled and a figure walked out from the tumbling fog. The Xianxia sword flew back into his hand. After these ghosts were killed, the female corpse regained her mobility. She looked in the direction of the figure and raised her arms. Her body turned into an afterimage and reappeared midway. She remembered this person. She had seen him more than once when she was still trapped on the altar at the bottom of the water. Li Mu saw Suhi at first glance. Her body was extremely illusory and seemed like it would dissipate at any moment. Li Mu did not care about the female corpse. He appeared beside Suhi in an instant and helped her up. Suhi looked at him and a smile appeared on her face. She said, "You're here." Li Mu hugged her and said, "Don't speak first." He silently recited the Heart Sutra, and his body emitted a dazzling golden light. The female corpse reached out to block the light and was forced to take a few steps back. This time, The golden light emitted from Li Mu's body did not merge into Su He's body. Instead, it passed through her body. Li Mu's face darkened completely. He had encountered such a situation once before. A few months ago, he could only watch Xiao Bai's grandmother die in her arms. Su He and Xiao Bai's grandmother were in the same situation. Their souls had suffered irreversible damage. Su He looked at Li Mu and said regretfully, "I wanted to wait for you to come back and eat hot pot with you." Li Mu said, "There will be plenty of opportunities to eat hot pot in the future. Saving you is more important. I can't be saved." Su He smiled at Li Mu and said, "Don't be sad. I should have died 20 years ago. It wasn't a loss." Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Don't speak. I'll save you first." With a thought, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was the origin pill that the Empress had bestowed upon him. As long as her soul had not completely dissipated, this origin pill could save her. Li Mu wanted her to take the pill, but he discovered that her soul power was rapidly draining away. Looking down, Su He had already closed her eyes. He knew that things were not good. In this situation, she could not dissolve the medicinal power at all. The origin pill was a rare treasure. In order to avoid wasting it by mistake, it needed to be refined with magic power. With just a trace of magic power, the medicinal power could be stimulated. However, Su He could no longer use any magic power. Li Mu did not have time to think. He made a prompt decision and placed the origin pill into his mouth. Then he bent down and kissed Su He's lips. Li Mu used a trace of magic power to dissolve the pill and then transferred all of its medicinal power into Su He's body. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Su He's body emitted a strange aura. The soul power that she had just lost began to rapidly return to her body. Not only that, but the remaining soul power of the ghosts that Li Mu had killed was also absorbed into her body. Su He still did not wake up. This was because her injuries were too severe. Her soul had almost dissipated. The medicinal power of the origin pill would slowly restore her soul. This required a process. In Li Mu's arms, Su He's soul had already solidified. The origin pill truly lived up to its name. He let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky. He sincerely said, "Praise Her Majesty." If the Empress had not given him the origin pill, he would have lost Su He today. He would have watched her die in his arms. This would be the regret of his life. After returning to the divine capital, he decided to treat the Empress better. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. Sensing another aura beside him, Li Mu remembered that the female corpse was still here. He looked over. The female corpse that looked exactly like Su He was also looking at Li Mu. Her face was calm and expressionless. After glancing at Su He, she did not say a word and disappeared into the thick fog. Li Mu did not stop her. He had some doubts about the relationship between the female corpse and Su He. Logically speaking, the two of them were natural enemies. One had a soul, while the other had a body. They would definitely want to devour each other to complete themselves. However, it was clear that if it had not been for the female corpse's protection, Su He would have died in the hands of those ghosts. Could it be that the corpse's self-born intelligence also knew the principle of born from the same root? There is no need to kill each other so quickly? Perhaps she thought that they were of the same root and did not want to kill each other. No matter the reason, she protected Su He and changed Li Mu's attitude towards her. If not for this, Li Mu would have eliminated her completely and erased her intelligence so that she would not threaten Su He in the future. Li Mu looked in the direction that the female corpse disappeared and said, "I will let you go today. I hope that you will cultivate the right path in the future and not harm the world. Otherwise, I will kill you personally." Low-level zombies relied on their instincts to cultivate by sucking people's blood. Flying zombies already had intelligence and could absorb moonlight, yin qi, spiritual qi, and other forces to cultivate. They did not need to suck human blood. She was born from spiritual qi and did not have the filthy corpse qi on her. She was different from the zombies that were born from filthy qi. Using human blood to cultivate was not good for her. She knew this better than Li Mu. After the female corpse left, she used the skill of calling the wind to disperse the white fog on the mountain. Then she carried Su He, hit herself, and left with the wind. At the foot of the mountain, the people looked up and saw that the fog that had lingered for several days had dispersed. They could not help but shout in joy. "The fog is gone. The ghost fog is finally gone. We can finally go up the mountain to chop wood and hunt." Let's not rush. Let's report to the government office first and see what they say. In the crowd, a young child in a woman's arms looked up at the sky and said, "Mother, I saw someone flying in the sky." The woman raised her head and looked up. There was nothing in the sky. She looked at the child in her arms and worriedly looked at her husband beside her. She said, "My child's father, when the furs are sold, you should take Xiaobao to see a doctor." Li Mu carried Su He. He did not go straight home. Instead, he went to find the green bull demon. The white demon king's ice coffin had the effect of nourishing the primordial spirit. Li Mu took it from the green bull demon and placed Su He's body inside. This could help her wake up sooner. Li Mu placed the ice coffin in the flask space. As for the tree demon, Li Mu tied it up with the immortal binding chains and threw it aside. After doing all this, he said to the green bull demon, "If Brother White comes back, I'll have to trouble you to tell him that I'll be borrowing this ice coffin for a while. I'll return it to him when I'm done." The green bull demon waved his hand and said, "You saved sister-in-law. This ice coffin is of no use to brother. You can take it." The white demon king was really rich. He gave away 2 flask space rings. This ice coffin was also a rare treasure. It was said that the dragon race was the richest race in the world. This was probably not an exaggeration. Marrying a dragon was equivalent to marrying a treasure. However, Li Mu did not envy him. After all, he also had the Empress as a treasure. It was just a dragon. No matter how rich it was, could it be richer than the Empress of a country? Su He was already fine. Li Mu was finally relieved. What he needed to do next was to quickly return to the Immortal's capital and hand the tree demon to the Empress so that she could deal with Cui Ming. This matter could not be delayed at all. The Phantom Princess had escaped. She was very likely sent by Cui Ming. If she tipped off Cui Ming in advance and let Cui Ming escape, all his efforts these days would have been wasted. However, the inner guards had been watching Cui Ming. It was not likely that they would let him escape. Li Mu returned to the county. He planned to send Lu Hanyan back to Mount Baiyun and then immediately return to the Immortal's capital. Walking on the streets, he heard the commoners discussing something. "I heard that the county government caught 2 evil ghosts. Is it true?" "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. They were 2 female ghosts. They were quite pretty and didn't look very old. I don't know what they did to harm people. Our Xianxia County is becoming more and more chaotic. In the past 6 months, who knows how many people have been harmed by demons, ghosts and zombies." Li Mu had already walked past the county government. However, when he heard that the county government had caught 2 young female ghosts, he turned around and walked back. After the Gulf of Clearwater was destroyed, the 2 female ghosts that he had sent to Su He to accompany her had also disappeared. It couldn't be that coincidental, right? He arrived at the county government and found Constable Zhou. He asked, "I heard that the county government caught 2 female ghosts. Did they harm people?" Constable Zhou shook his head and said, "That's not the case. However, those 2 wraiths have been wandering around the vicinity of Clearwater Bay. The county magistrate suspects that they have a motive for harming people and is planning to interrogate them." When he heard that there were 2 female ghosts wandering around the Gulf of Clearwater, Li Mu knew that it should be that female ghost. He looked at Constable Zhou and said, "Can you let me see those 2 female ghosts?" Constable Zhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Come with me." It was reasonable to say that Li Mu was no longer a constable of the county government and had no right to enter the county government prison. However, the friendship between the 2 was still there. Constable Zhou made an exception for him this time. The county government prison. The 2 female ghosts, one big and one small, were chained up by 2 chains. Their powers were restricted. The small ghost shrank into a corner and shivered. "Big sister, will we be killed?" The big ghost was also not sure. However, she still comforted her. "Don't worry. We didn't do anything bad. They have no reason to kill us." The jailer outside sneered and said, "What reason does the county magistrate need to kill you 2 little ghosts? The county magistrate has just arrived and hasn't made any achievements. Killing you 2 evil ghosts is just the right thing to do." The small ghost defended herself. "We didn't harm anyone." The jailer curled his lips. "Who cares?" The small ghost panicked. "It's over. It's over. We're really going to die again. Sister Sue, come and save us." The big ghost looked worried. I don't know how Sister Sue is. That tree demon is too powerful. I hope she'll be fine. The county government prison's door was opened. Constable Zhou and Li Mu came out. Li Mu saw the two female ghosts, one big and one small, locked up in the prison. He shook his head and helplessly said to Constable Zhou, I know them. Although they are ghosts, they have never done anything harmful. Can you let them go? This. Constable Zhou looked embarrassed. Finally, he nodded and said, I'll ask the county magistrate. Li Mu smiled and said, I'll have to trouble Constable Zhou. Constable Zhou nodded and turned to leave. Li Mu walked toward the two female ghosts. When they saw Li Mu, they were stunned for a moment. Then they looked surprised. The small ghost grabbed the prison's bars and said excitedly, Young master, are you here to save us? The big ghost said worriedly, Young master, Sister Sue is in danger. There's a tree demon. Li Mu smiled and said, Don't worry. I've already seen her. She'll be fine. In the prison, the two female ghosts were finally relieved. In the county government's courtyard, Constable Zhou was in a dilemma. After Magistrate Zhang left, the new county magistrate of Xianxia arrived a few days ago. This magistrate came from Luoyang. When he came to the county government, he brought a few confidants with him. As an old arrestor, he was left out. Recently, there was a tendency for him to be replaced. He really couldn't say anything in front of this county magistrate. However, Li Mu was his friend, so he couldn't refuse Li Mu. He hesitated for a while, but still walked to the back of the court. He knocked on the door of the back hall and stood outside. He said, Sir, I have something important to report. After a long time, a faint voice came from the hall. Come in. Constable Zhou walked in. An official sitting on a chair asked, What's the important thing? Constable Zhou immediately said, Sir, the two female ghosts caught by the county government today didn't harm anyone. Is it better to let them go? The official looked up at him and asked, Constable Zhou, are you instructing me? Constable Zhou immediately said, I don't dare. The official snorted coldly and said, Those two female ghosts didn't harm anyone today. Can you guarantee that they didn't harm anyone in the past and won't harm anyone in the future? As the county magistrate of Yangqiu, for the safety of the people, I have to guard against any possible dangers. As a constable, you actually pleaded for mercy on behalf of two evil ghosts. I feel that you should be replaced as a constable. Constable Zhou braced himself and said, Sir, I used to have a colleague. His name is Li Mu. A few months ago, he also worked in the county government. He has an old relationship with those two female ghosts. I can guarantee that they didn't harm anyone in the past. The county magistrate of Yangqiu's face gradually turned cold. He didn't care whether those two female ghosts harmed anyone or not. He had just arrived at Yangqiu County. If he didn't kill a few demonic ghosts as a sacrifice to the heavens, how could he establish his authority as an official? He had long disliked this Zhou guy. He wanted to arrange his confidant in that position, but he didn't have a suitable opportunity. This time, he had an excuse to replace him. He snorted and said, So what if he's an arrestor of the county government? If the arrestor of the county government says he can, he can. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something and asked, What's the arrestor's name? Constable Zhou said, Li Mu. The county magistrate of Yangqiu County gulped and asked, Where is he working now? Constable Zhou said, In Fairy's capital. I think he's an arrestor of some government office. After confirming that this Li Mu was the Li Mu he knew, the county magistrate of Yangqiu County trembled and said in a panic, Quick, take me to see him. The county government prison. The county magistrate of Yangqiu County saw a familiar figure. He quickly walked over and said with a smile, Sir Li, what brings you here? If you had told me before you came, I would have gone out to welcome you personally. Constable Zhou followed behind him. He looked at this scene in a daze and couldn't come back to his senses. Li Mu looked at the stranger in front of him and asked, Do we know each other? The county magistrate of Yangqiu County hurriedly said, You don't know me, but I know you. I used to be in charge of the Ministry of Justice. I just came to Yangqiu County a few days ago. I met Sir Li at the Ministry of Justice a few days ago. Li Mu had been to the Ministry of Justice a few days ago, but he didn't remember that there was such a person in charge there. After Yangqiu County magistrate finished speaking, he pointed at the door of the prison cell and said angrily, Hurry up and release these two girls. How can the constables of the county yamen do things? How can they catch ghosts without distinguishing between right and wrong? What have I taught you all? No matter if it's to catch people, ghosts or demons, you must have evidence. Each and every one of you has turned a deaf ear to my words, he reprimanded angrily, but when he looked at Li Mu, a smile appeared on his face. He said guiltily, Sir Li, it's all my fault for not being strict enough and arresting your friends. Please, Sir Li, don't blame me. Chapter 290. Li Mu looked at the county magistrate who was extremely nervous and comforted him. Sir, don't be nervous. You've caught the wrong people. Just release them. Relax, it'll be fine. Yes, yes, yes. The county magistrate repeatedly agreed. He bowed to the two female ghosts who had been released and said, The county government didn't investigate properly and caught the wrong two. I apologize to the two ladies here. The two female ghosts, one adult and one child, had never seen such a scene. They were so nervous that they couldn't even speak. Li Mu saluted the county magistrate and said, Since it's a misunderstanding, can I take my two friends and leave? The county magistrate immediately extended his hand. Sir Li, please. When he walked out of the prison, he probed again. Sir Li, you don't blame me, do you? Li Mu smiled and asked, Do I look like such a petty person? The county magistrate's expression changed and he immediately said, That's not what I meant. Please forgive me, Sir Li. I'm just kidding. Li Mu smiled and said, Xianxia County is my hometown. I'll come back to visit often. You're the parent official here. You must govern Xianxia County well, the county magistrate promised. Don't worry, Sir Li. I'll do my best. Li Mu looked at Constable Zhou and said, I'll have to trouble Constable Zhou. Constable Zhou immediately said, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Li Mu smiled at him and said, I came back this time because I have something important to do. I have to report back to Fairy's capital immediately. The next time I return to Xianxia County, I'll find you for a drink. Constable Zhou's expression changed. With his experience, how could he not understand that Li Mu's words in front of the county magistrate had a deeper meaning? Although he still didn't know why the county magistrate was so afraid of Li Mu, with Li Mu's words, although he couldn't do whatever he wanted in the county government, at least the county magistrate wouldn't dare to touch him easily. Li Mu and the two female ghosts bid farewell to Constable Zhou and left the county government. County Magistrate Yang Qiu wiped the sweat off his forehead and realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Constable Zhou looked at him and asked, Sir Li Mu, Yang Qiu County Magistrate swallowed his saliva and said, He's actually from Xianxia County. He had only been in Xianxia County for a few days. Before that, he had been working in the Ministry of Justice. He knew everything Li Mu had done in Chengdu. He had pointed at the doctor's nose and scolded him in the Ministry of Justice. He had chased and beaten up the children of influential families on the street. After that, he had swaggered out of the Ministry of Justice. He had seen all these with his own eyes. He had scolded hundreds of officials in the imperial court and fought with the deputy director of Dongxian County. In addition, he had caused Zhou Chu to be punished by heaven. After that, the Zhou family didn't even fart. If such a person held a grudge against him, he didn't even dare to think about the possibility. After a while, Xianxia County Magistrate Yang Qiu took a deep breath and patted Constable Zhou's shoulder, saying, Do a good job. I have faith in you. After walking out of the county government, Li Mu turned to look at the two female ghosts and said, Sister Su is still in a deep sleep. It should take some time for her to wake up. You too. Do you want to find a cave to cultivate or follow me and wait for her to wake up? The two girls said almost at the same time without hesitation, Follow you. They had already experienced the fate of two lonely souls drifting about in the outside world. They were either devoured and enslaved by stronger ghosts or captured by the government. The days in Clearwater Bay were the most comfortable and peaceful days in their two lives. Following Sister Su, not only did they not have to worry about being bullied, but they could also receive guidance in cultivation. This was something that the two lonely ghosts could not even dream of. The two female ghosts made a decision. Li Mu threw them a few pieces of spiritual jade and let them cultivate in the flask heaven space. They also took care of the tree demon. Only then did he return home. Tonight was the last night he would spend with Lu Hanyan. In the next 2 months, He had to prepare for the imperial examination. The imperial examination policy was originally set by him, so he knew better than anyone how to take the examination. After the imperial examination, he would be busy for some time. In this way, the next time he returned to Beijing would be at least 3 or even 4 months later. This meant that he could accompany them for a period of time like this. If it was just meeting and dual cultivating for a night, he could come back at any time as long as he asked for leave from the Empress. However, Lu Hanyan also had to go into seclusion for a period of time when she returned to Mount Baiyun this time. She had to master some of the divine powers and spells that she had just learned. The possibility of the two of them meeting often was not high. The next morning, after sending her and Wan Wan back to the mountain, Li Mu and Xiao Bai did not delay. They used high-level divine travel talismans to rush back to the fairy's capital at the fastest speed. They did not rest along the way and finally made it back in the early morning of the third day. Ziwei Palace. The morning assembly had just begun. After Li Mu was summoned into the palace, he cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, I was ordered by Your Majesty to go to Beijing to investigate the incident 20 years ago. When Princess Yunyang's son-in-law, Cui Ming, killed a woman from Yangqiu County, he was ambushed by a fifth-realm demon. I used the Dharma treasure Your Majesty gave me to capture this demon and found out that it was sent by Cui Ming to find that woman's soul to silence her." As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, all the officials were shocked. The previous incident had already caused Cui Ming to lose his position. Unexpectedly, Li Mu did not plan to let him go. It was obvious that his goal was to kill Cui Ming. In order to protect himself, Princess Consort Cui did not hesitate to send a demon to assassinate Li Mu. However, he did not expect that Li Mu had a treasure from His Majesty. Not only did he fail to assassinate him, but he was also captured by Li Mu and betrayed him. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this is only Censor Li's side of the story. The truth has yet to be verified." Li Mu's mind moved, and the trussed-up tree demon appeared in the palace. He said calmly, "I brought this demon here. Your Majesty, you will know if I am slandering Cui Ming by searching its soul. As long as it was not treason or rebellion, one could not search the soul of an official in the imperial court. However, for non-officials of the Great Zhou, especially demons and ghosts, there was no such restriction. If one wanted to find out the truth, searching the soul was the simplest and most convenient method." The minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to search the soul of this demon." Shangguanli looked back and said, "I will have to trouble you, minister." Although Cui Ming was from the old party and the minister was from the new party, the minister was from the Zhou family. Li Mu and the Zhou family had a death feud. Now, Cui Ming was no longer of any use in the imperial court. The minister did not need to help Li Mu lie to get rid of him, and he would not help Li Mu. It was most suitable for him to step forward. Shang Shuling stepped forward and placed his hand on the tree demon's forehead. He closed his eyes and said slowly, "This demon is indeed Cui Ming's subordinate. It was ordered by Cui Ming to go to Yangqiu County to silence him." Hearing this, the officials had an idea. Princess Consort Cui had already used the golden medallion to avoid death once. If this case was confirmed, it would be enough to make him lose his life. Li Mu really wanted to kill Cui Ming. While the officials were discussing in low voices, the minister's eyes suddenly opened. His face darkened, and he said sternly, "Cui Ming is really bold. How dare he collude with the demon's sect?" The moment he said this, the entire hall fell silent for a moment. Then there was a huge uproar. "What? Princess Consort Cui colluded with the demon sect? How is that possible? Wasn't the Zhejiang County chief the one who colluded with the demon sect? Princess Consort Cui was the one who exposed it. Could there be another story behind the Zhejiang County chief's case? Could it be that the one who colluded with the demon sect was Cui Ming? He first colluded with the demon sect and then joined forces with the demon sect to frame the Zhejiang County chief? The minister's words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves. Li Mu had a look of realization. If the one who colluded with the demon sect was Cui Ming, then Phantom Princess must have been sent by Cui Ming. If Cui Ming had colluded with the demon sect, he could have worked with the demon sect more than 10 years ago to frame the Zhejiang County chief for a promotion. Why would the demon sect help Cui Ming? Perhaps Cui Ming didn't collude with the demon sect. He was originally a member of the demon sect. Li Mu thought of Phantom Princess. She and Cui Ming had something in common. Both of them were unusually beautiful. Phantom Princess was from the Meizong sect. Could Cui Ming also be a spy from the Meizong sect in the imperial court? If Li Mu could think of this, so could everyone else in the imperial court. The minister had finished searching the soul of the tree demon. He said with a murderous tone, "Your Majesty, from this demon's memory, I found out that Cui Ming is a member of the demon sect. He is also a spy from the Meizong sect. More than 10 years ago, the case of the Jianghu County chief colluding with the demon sect was also framed by Cui Ming and the demon sect." Preposterous! How dare he? A spy from the demon sect. He actually has a high position in the imperial court and has been hiding by our side for so many years. At this moment, an old man stood out and said, "Your Majesty, this is a serious matter. Can you let me search the demon's soul again to confirm it?" Shangguan Li heard the Empress's telepathic message and nodded. "I'll have to trouble you, Minister." All the officials looked at the old man. The minister was very experienced. He was an old official from the previous emperor's era. He was neither a friend nor a foe and was deeply loved by the people. He was also a sixth realm powerhouse. Both the new and old parties respected him very much. The old man slowly walked forward and pressed his skinny right hand on the demon's head. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, the minister is right. Cui Ming is a guardian of the Meizong sect. The case of the Jianghu County chief was framed by Cui Ming and the demon sect." Chapter 291. If what Zhou Jing said was true, there was still a slight possibility that the head of the secretariat would use this opportunity to suppress the old faction of the royal family. Then the head of the secretariat would completely eliminate this small possibility. The head of the secretariat was the head of all the officials, and the head of the secretariat was only second to the head of the secretariat. Furthermore, he had no enmity with Cui Ming. How could the two of them deceive the Empress and the officials at the same time? The Assistant Minister of Personnel, who was speaking up for Cui Ming, immediately turned pale and sweated profusely. He knelt on the ground and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I swear to the heavens that I was also deceived by Cui Ming. I didn't know that he was colluding with the demon sect." At this moment, no one in the imperial court cared about the Assistant Minister of Personnel. The imperial court would investigate whether or not he knew, or whether or not he was a spy for the demon sect. Not only him, but anyone close to Cui Ming would be thoroughly investigated. The demon sect was notorious. They harmed the people and tried to overthrow the imperial court. No country would tolerate the demon sect. The governor of Jianghu was a high-ranking official in the imperial court. However, because of the crime of colluding with the demon sect, his family of more than 100 people was killed. Even his soul didn't survive. Cui Ming's case involved the demon sect. It was a serious matter. Colluding with the demon sect was equivalent to treason. The Empress immediately ordered the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to take control of the people in Princess Yunyang's residence. Anyone close to Cui Ming, whether they were officials in the imperial court or nobles in Luoyang, would be strictly interrogated without exception. After the imperial court was dismissed, the officials left with solemn expressions. After Li Mu walked out of the main hall, he didn't leave the palace. Instead, he went to Xianxia Palace. Before the imperial court was dismissed, he received a message from Shangguan Li. The Empress wanted to see him. Li Mu returned to the North County with a mission. He needed to meet the Empress to report on his work. After arriving at Xianxia Palace, he told the Empress everything that had happened, including the assassination attempt by Phantom Princess, how they caught her and let her escape. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court acted quickly. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of the Supreme Court asked for an audience outside Xianxia Palace. After the Empress issued the summons, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of the Supreme Court walked into the main hall. The Minister of Justice had a solemn expression as he said, "Your Majesty, a day ago, Cui Ming and Princess Yunyang went to the Divine Dragon Court to play and have yet to return. Your subject and the Minister of the Supreme Court went to the Divine Dragon Court and discovered that only Princess Yunyang was unconscious in her room. Cui Ming's whereabouts were unknown." Hearing this, Shangguan Li's expression changed slightly. She said, "Impossible. The internal guards have been watching Cui Ming. He has never left the Divine Dragon Court." Li Mu wasn't surprised. With Cui Ming's cultivation, There were countless ways for him to leave quietly. Obviously, the speed at which Cui Ming received the news was much faster than the speed at which Li Mu traveled. It was very likely that he and the demon sect were communicating with each other through some kind of magical item or secret technique. The Empress closed her eyes and pinched her fingers. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and said sternly, "He went to the north. Send an order to the 36 counties." Princess Yunyang's husband, Cui Ming, colluded with the demon sect and framed an official of the imperial court. Once discovered, he is to be arrested immediately, dead or alive. "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Mu immediately realized how important instant communication was. He looked at the Empress and asked, "Your Majesty, is there any magical item that can instantly transmit messages from 1,000 miles away? If I had such a magical item, I wouldn't have given Cui Ming the chance to escape." The Empress thought for a while and stretched out her hand. An item appeared in her palm. It was a white item that looked like a conch shell. The conch shell slowly floated in front of Li Mu and he held it in his hand. The Empress said, "If there is an emergency, use your magic to activate this conch shell and speak to it. I will then be able to hear your voice." Li Mu happily accepted the treasure and asked again, "Your Majesty, is there any item that can instantly send someone 1,000 miles away? Can you give me one? If it wasn't for this treasure, Huan Ji wouldn't have been able to escape from me." Hearing this, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Justice looked at Li Mu a few more times. The Empress glanced at him and said, "The teleportation talisman requires a powerhouse above the transcendence level. It takes a lot of time and effort to make it. I don't have one either." Li Mu felt that it was a pity. He thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, do you have any more fate pills? I used the one you gave me last time." "No more." The Empress waved her sleeve and Li Mu was violently swept out of the door. She didn't need to chase him away so violently. Li Mu tidied his clothes and slowly walked out of the palace. Cui Ming had escaped, but he couldn't escape forever. His actions had crossed the bottom line of the imperial court. Even if he ran to the ends of the earth, he couldn't escape the imperial court's pursuit. He had lived in the divine capital for more than a decade and left behind countless traces. It wasn't difficult to calculate his location through the things he left behind. After returning home, Li Mu released the 2 female ghosts. Suhi was still asleep and he didn't know when she would wake up. He let them accompany Xiaobai at home and do chores like cleaning the house. Raising 2 obedient ghosts at home was much easier than hiring maids and servants. Li Mu didn't stay at home for long. He walked out of the door and headed to the Ministry of Justice. When he left the palace, he received a message from the Empress telling him to go to the Ministry of Justice and investigate the case of the Jianghu County chief. It had been confirmed that Cui Ming was a spy from the demon sect. From the Tree Demon's memories, he also learned that the tragedy in Jianghu County was framed by Cui Ming and the demon sect. The so-called investigation was just to urge the Ministry of Justice to reverse the verdict for the Jianghu County chief. On the way to the Ministry of Justice, Li Mu's heart was heavy. Even if he reversed the verdict for the Jianghu County chief, it would be useless. The Jianghu County chief's entire family and more than 100 lives had been lost more than a decade ago. Even if the imperial court cleared their names today, they wouldn't be able to see it. Princess Yunyang's son-in-law was a member of the demon sect. This time, the entire Shao clan and its old clique would probably be in a panic. Most of the people in the divine capital were shocked that Cui Ming was a spy from the demon sect and gossiped about the Shao royal family scandal. However, very few people talked about the Jianghu County chief and his family, who had died unjustly. Li Mu arrived at the Ministry of Justice and explained his intentions to the Ministry of Justice's director. The imperial court had already concluded that the Jianghu County chief and his family had died unjustly. Li Mu was also acting under the Empress's orders, so the Ministry of Justice naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They mobilized all the officials to search for the case files of the Jianghu County chief from more than a decade ago. These files would be overturned and rewritten. The Jianghu County chief's injustice would also be cleared. Although this had nothing to do with him anymore, because colluding with the demon sect was a crime that could implicate 9 generations of his family. His family and descendants had also died in the incident more than a decade ago. The director of the Ministry of Justice destroyed the old fake files one by one and sighed. After more than a decade, the Jianghu County chief has finally received justice. Zhou Zhong placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Justice that comes late isn't justice." From the day he died, he would never receive justice. After saying this, he didn't speak again. The director of the Ministry of Justice thought about his words. He felt that the atmosphere was particularly heavy when the assistant minister and Li Mu didn't say anything. He took the initiative to change the topic. Sir, a deputy county chief from Xianxia County of Hanyang County died in his home under mysterious circumstances a few days ago. The way he died was similar to the way the county chief from Ani County of Danyang County died. It seems like it was done by the same person. Although the two counties are thousands of miles apart and the two cases seem to be unrelated. However, after investigating, I found that the county chief from Ani County and the deputy county chief from Xianxia County were both officials in the Ministry of Personnel more than a decade ago. Zhou Zhong said calmly, "Send the files of this case to my office. I will send people to investigate. You don't have to worry about it." The director of the Ministry of Justice nodded. "I will go get it now." Li Mu stood in the Ministry of Justice and looked at the offices where the files were kept. He said, "I wonder how many more cases there are." Zhou Zhong said faintly, "Each of these scrolls represents a few souls of the deceased. Perhaps some of them were wronged, but not all of them are as lucky as the Zhejiang County chief. Their injustice will last for thousands of years until the end of the world." How could Li Mu not know what Zhou Zhong said? There were so many cases of injustice. Very few of them could be redressed. Most of them would be buried in the river of history until the end of the world. It was the same in ancient times. After a while, Li Mu left the Ministry of Justice and Zhou Zhong walked back to the office. He glanced at one of the scrolls on the table. The scroll floated up, and a ball of fire suddenly appeared and engulfed the scroll. Soon, there was nothing left in the void. Not even ashes were left. Late at night, Li Mu lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. With more than 100 lives lost, the imperial court only needed to say that this was an unjust case caused by the demonic sect, and they could easily brush it aside. It was as if nothing had happened more than 10 years ago. This made him feel somewhat stifled and flustered. After a while, he took out the conch. After activating it with his mana, he asked softly, "Your Majesty, are you asleep?" Changle Palace. It was already past midnight. Zhou Yi lay on the bed, but she did not feel sleepy at all. To her, this palace was no different from a cage. This cage isolated her from family, friendship, love, and any other human emotions. Even during the day, when people came and went in the palace and officials filled the crepe myrtle shop, she often felt lonely. Every night, this loneliness would be infinitely magnified. There was no sound around her. It was as if there was only dead silence in the entire world apart from her. At a certain moment, a voice suddenly sounded in this dead silence. "Your Majesty, are you asleep?" His voice wasn't loud, but it brought endless vitality to this deathly silent world. Zhou Yi cleared her throat and made her voice dignified. She asked, "What is it?" Li Mu did not expect the Empress to still be awake. He slowly said, "I think that the imperial court should announce the injustice the Zhejiang prefectural governor suffered to the world. This is the only way to clear his name." Zhou Yi thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow, I will issue an edict and order the Ministry of Works to erect a monument and a temple in Zhejiang prefectural governor's memory for future generations." The Empress thought more than he thought. Li Mu sighed. "Your Majesty is wise." Zhou Yi asked, "Is there anything else?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, do you have many conches that can transmit messages?" "Your Majesty, my fiancé is in the northern prefectural, thousands of miles away from me. It is inconvenient for us to meet. I want to give her one." Chapter 292. After obtaining this magical conch, Li Mu suddenly had an idea. If he could give one to Lu Hanyan, then even if the two of them were thousands of miles apart, one in Beijing and the other in Chengdu, they would still be able to talk to each other in real time. Making conch porridge every night was something that he could look forward to. Instead of calling this conch a magical item, it was more like a phone that could only talk to one person. "In Changle Palace," Zhou Yi said calmly. "No." Li Mu was a little disappointed, but he was prepared. After all, if he had 3 of these things, wouldn't the Empress be eavesdropping on him and Lu Hanyan when they were being sweet? This would be too much of a shock to her. After all, she was almost 30 years old and was still single. It was inevitable that she would be envious when she saw other couples. He couldn't let her see other people in love. Should he ask for her conch and give it to Lu Hanyan? This bold idea only flashed through Li Mu's mind for a moment before he extinguished it. With the Empress's breadth of mind, she wouldn't give Li Mu a conch. She would only give him a whip. I'm sorry for being presumptuous. Good night, Your Majesty. I'll hang up first. Announcing to the world that the Zhejiang prefectural governor was innocent had already been reported to the Empress. Li Mu was about to put down the conch when the Empress's voice came again. Tell me about you and your fiancé. Li Mu was stunned. He didn't expect the Empress to be so nosy. It wasn't a big deal to talk about his experience with Lu Hanyan, but it seemed a little cruel to tell an old single dog about it. This was no longer abusing a single dog, but killing a dog. However, this was the Empress's own request, and she didn't give Li Mu a choice. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "That was almost a year ago. At that time, I was still a constable in Xianxia County. She had just moved to Xianxia County and lived next door to me." As Li Mu narrated the story to the Empress, he also recalled the process of how he and Lu Hanyan met, got to know each other, and fell in love with each other. In his 2 lifetimes, he had only been in a serious relationship. From the beginning, the two of them were hostile to each other. Later on they were inseparable. Who knew how many twists and turns they had gone through in the process? Li Mu added, "In less than a year, she will come to the capital and we will get married there. If you have time at that time, you can come to my home for the wedding banquet. My wife admires you a lot and won't let me say anything bad about you," the Empress asked calmly. "Did you speak ill of me?" Li Mu hurriedly explained, "What I mean is that she is very protective of your Majesty, just like how I am protective of your Majesty." The Empress was silent for a moment and asked, "You? Why are you protecting me?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Because in my heart, your Majesty is a wise ruler worthy of my protection. The reason why I am fearless in the capital is because I know that your Majesty is behind me. Your Majesty is my strongest support. I am willing to be the sharp spear in your Majesty's hand." The Empress didn't speak. After a long time she said, "How is your learning of magic?" Li Mu said honestly, "During this time, I have been busy with Cui Ming. Under your Majesty's guidance, I only learned how to be invisible." The Empress said, "Although you have Fu Lu and magic treasures, these are all external objects. You need to learn more magic as soon as possible to improve your strength." Li Mu also understood what the Empress said. Cultivators could rely on Fu Lu and magic treasures, but relying on oneself was better than relying on anything else. With the water-repellent talisman, one could also move in water. However, if one learned the magic to enter water, one could go to any river, lake, or sea. The fire-sitting technique could allow one to enter fire without burning, and there was no need to use Fu Lu magic treasures. Other than that, there were other magic that were very practical. For example, the clothing-blocking technique could prevent fire, rain, and dust from touching one's body. The Qi restriction technique could push one's physical body to the extreme, comparable to the golden body of Buddhism. There was no sound from the conch, but Li Mu felt sleepy and quickly fell asleep. In the dream, the Empress wore an ordinary white dress and said, "From today onwards, I will teach you magic in your dream. Learn seriously." Sure enough, flattery was useful. Having a transcendent tier elite teach them step by step was an opportunity that many people could only dream of. As long as Li Mu stood firmly on the Empress's side, he would be able to see creation tier elites waving at him. No matter how high one's cultivation talent was, it was very difficult to reach the creation realm before the age of 30 without a great opportunity. However, with the guidance of a transcendent realm master, enough spiritual jades, and enough psychokinesis, it was not impossible to complete the path that others would take decades to complete in a few years. Shangguan Li was an example. Speaking of Shangguan Li, she was the Empress's personal maid and also the Empress's mouthpiece in the imperial court. This time, she did not appear in the morning court. Cui Ming escaped from under the eyes of the inner guards, which made her very angry because the people who were watching Cui Ming were her subordinates. In order to save face, she specially asked the Empress to personally lead people to hunt down Cui Ming. The task of passing the imperial court's decree fell on Li Mu's head. Li Mu walked from the corner to the high platform in front of the Empress and replaced Shangguan Li's position. In the past, Li Mu could only secretly observe from the corner of the hall because of the Empress. Now, he stood in front of the hall and looked down at the officials. The matter of Cui Ming being a spy from the demon sect was of great importance and involved many people. Today's morning court only discussed this matter. The servants of the prince consort's residence were all arrested by the imperial court. After a soul search, a few more disciples of the demon sect were found. Cui Ming's identity was confirmed. The current prince consort, a fourth-rank official of the country, was actually a spy from the demon sect. This was a disgrace to the imperial court and the greatest insult to the imperial court. What's more, Cui Ming was the assistant minister of the secretariat of the Great Zhou. He was in a high position and knew almost all of the national affairs. All of the decisions of the Great Zhou were made through the secretariat of the secretariat. To some extent, in the past few years, the demon sect had controlled the imperial court of the Great Zhou. In the past few years, Cui Ming's actions were to control the old party and firmly support the payment of guilt. In the handling of certain matters, it seemed that he was protecting the old party and protecting the interests of the influential officials. In fact, he was consuming the people's confidence in the Great Zhou and weakening the people's mental power. He was taking advantage of this to cause chaos in the imperial court. The old party suffered a great blow in the matter of Cui Ming. The officials and influential officials who were in close contact with Cui Ming were all interrogated with the soul manipulation technique. Even Princess Yunyang was not spared. Fortunately, they were not found to have colluded with the demon sect. Otherwise, if the Zhou family and the new party seized the opportunity, the crime of colluding with the demon sect would be enough to consign the Shao family to eternal damnation. Of course, even so, some of the officials of the new party took advantage of this to impeach the old party members in the imperial court. Usually, the two parties argued until their faces turned red and they wanted to fight. This time, the officials of the old party could only endure silently. In the matter of Cui Ming, they only thought of their own interests. None of the officials in the imperial court mentioned the Zhejiang prefectural governor. Li Mu looked at the magistrate and said, "His Majesty has decreed that the Zhejiang prefectural governor has been framed by Cui Ming and has been wronged to this day. It is to be announced to the world that he is innocent. In addition, the Ministry of Works is to send people to Zhejiang prefectural governor to build a temple and erect a monument for him. The Ministry of Justice, Supreme Court, and Zongjing Temple should take this case as a warning." Cui Ming's case was a wake-up call for the imperial court. The demon sect's hands had already reached into the imperial court. More than 10 years ago, they had planted spies in the imperial court and even became the emperor's son-in-law. If Cui Ming's old crimes had not been exposed, no one knew how long he would have hidden and how many state secrets he had leaked to the demon sect. No one knew if there were other spies of the demon sect in the imperial court other than Cui Ming. The internal guards were already investigating the officials in the imperial court. After the court, Zhang Chun and Li Mu walked side by side and asked, "If you can't search the officials' souls, how can you investigate the spies of the demon sect?" Li Mu said, "The spies of the demon sect all have one thing in common. No matter if they are male or female, they are all very handsome. Such people are the easiest to gain the trust of others and obtain information." Zhang Chun breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then they shouldn't suspect me." After saying that, he seemed to have realized something. His expression became a little complicated. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Chapter 293. Zhang Chun sighed as he stood at the entrance of the palace. Although Cui Ming had been removed from his post and became a wanted criminal, it seemed like he had won against Cui Ming. However, in another aspect, he was still inferior to Cui Ming. What a superficial world this was. They categorized people based on their looks. People who looked like Cui Ming and Li Mu were liked and pursued by countless women. These good-looking people, whether it was their life or their career, would be smoother than most people. Even the devil's sex spies required them to be good-looking. As for people with ordinary looks like them, they often had to put in several times more effort to obtain things that were easily within their reach. He shook his head and sighed. How shallow. It's fine if the women in divine capital are shallow, but I didn't expect the demon sect to be so shallow as well. The more handsome a person is, the more they will be suspected. Won't I be in danger then? A voice from behind interrupted Zhang Chun's sigh. He turned around and saw Prince Shou standing not far behind him and Li Mu with a worried look. Zhang Chun's gaze lingered on Prince Shou's bulging belly for a while before he said, "Your Highness, you're worrying too much." No one in the imperial court is safer than you. Prince Shou patted his chest and said, "That's good, that's good." After that, he seemed to have realized something. He pointed at Zhang Chun and said angrily, "Zhang, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that I'm not handsome? You're just a deputy of the imperial clan temple. How dare you offend me? I didn't mean that." "I think that's what you meant. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What right do you have to talk about me?" "Let me tell you, when I was young, I was also a famous handsome man in divine capital." Prince Shou cursed as he got into the sedan. Zhang Chun returned to the divine capital Yamen. Li Mu bought some groceries on the way home. He had just returned from a business trip and planned to give himself a few days off. When he reached the door, he saw a figure standing there. Madame Chu stood there and looked at Li Mu. "Milord, you've returned." Li Mu looked at her and said, "Cui Ming is a spy from the demon sect. The imperial court has put him on the wanted list in all 36 counties. He can't escape. You just have to wait for the news in the capital." Madame Chu shook her head and said, "I'm here to bid you farewell. Cui Ming and I have an irreconcilable grudge. I want to kill this bastard with my own hands." Li Mu thought about it and did not try to persuade her again. For the past 20 years, she had lived solely on hatred. Her only goal was to kill Cui Ming with her own hands. This was the knot in her heart and her obsession. If she couldn't end Cui Ming with her own hands and resolve this obsession, it would be very difficult for her to make any progress in her cultivation. The gap between the 5th realm and the 6th realm was the biggest gap in the first 6 realms. As long as a cultivator could break through to the supernatural realm, it was only a matter of time for them to reach the creation realm. Those who were less talented would be able to reach the creation realm after a few decades. However, reaching the 6th realm from the 5th realm was not just a matter of time. There were many creation realm experts in the imperial court. The 36 officials were all in the creation realm. However, there were only a few experts in Dongxian. If Madame Chu could not let go of the knot in her heart, she would be stuck at the 5th realm for the rest of her life. Li Mu looked at her and said, "You have to be careful. Cui Ming has escaped from the divine capital. I'm afraid there will be experts from the demon sect around him. You'd better meet up with the experts from the imperial court and act together." Madame Chu nodded and said, "I understand." After she finished speaking, she slowly knelt on the ground and said, "Thank you for taking me in and helping me, sir. After I kill Cui Ming with my own hands, if I'm still alive, I'm willing to serve you as my master and be your servant." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. For the past 20 years, you've been living for hatred. I hope that after you kill your enemy, you can live for yourself." Madame Chu was a pitiful person. She had met a bad man who caused her own death and her entire family to be killed. However, compared to the daughter of the Jiujiang County chief, she was considered lucky because she had the chance to kill her enemy. The first half of her life was already unfortunate enough. Li Mu felt uneasy about taking her in as a servant. Madame Chu kowtowed 3 times to Li Mu and turned to leave. The space around Li Mu was filled with her feelings of gratitude. Ever since he condensed the 7 spirits, he rarely cultivated by absorbing emotions. Compared to spiritual jades and psyche power, the way to produce the 7 emotions was very troublesome. However, Li Mu did not waste the emotions left by Madame Chu. On the path of cultivation, the easier it was to obtain a power, the harder it was to cultivate. For example, the spiritual power of heaven and earth was contained in various places. As long as one knew how to guide it, they could refine it for cultivation. However, this method of cultivation was very slow and it was very difficult to increase one's level. As for special powers like the 7 emotions and psyche power, although they were very difficult to obtain, they could greatly increase one's cultivation speed. Li Mu's cultivation speed was so fast not because he had a pure yang body, but because the people of the divine capital were using psyche power to support his cultivation. Of course, the most important reason was that he had met the Empress. If the Empress had not given him enlightenment when he was at a bottleneck, Li Mu would probably still be stuck at the concentrating spirit realm. Not only did she help Li Mu break through to the next level, but in the past few nights, she had also used the dream entry technique to teach Li Mu divine abilities in his dreams. Under her guidance, Li Mu made rapid progress. In just 3 days, he had mastered 2 divine abilities. Other than that, Li Mu would also play chess with her in his dreams and chat with her. Of course, most of the time, He was asking the Empress questions about his cultivation. After watching Madame Chu leave, Li Mu returned home and cooked dinner. After hesitating for a while, he took out the conch and activated it with his spiritual power. "Your Majesty, have you eaten?" There was no response from the conch for a long time. Just as Li Mu was about to put it away, the space in the courtyard rippled and the Empress appeared out of thin air. Li Mu was very envious of her ability to transform into a living person. However, the teleportation technique required one to be at the peak of Dongxian. He still had a long way to go. When he was in the North region, he used the nature pill to save Su He. Li Mu planned to care more for the Empress when he returned to the divine capital. She was actually just an ordinary woman trapped in a cage. This had nothing to do with her identity as an empress, nor did it have anything to do with her transcendent strength. What she needed the most was not power or strength, but family and friends. Li Mu could not be her family. He could only try his best to be her friend. Moreover, with the healing element Xiaobai around, she should be able to experience some feelings that the Empress could not in the palace. After the meal, the Empress gave Xiaobai some pointers on her cultivation. Before she left, she suddenly looked at Xiaobai and asked, "Do you want to go to the palace with me to play?" Xiaobai was a little tempted. However, she first looked at Li Mu. Li Mu nodded and said, "If you want to go, you can go with Sister Zhou." As a single dog, she did not sleep in the middle of the night and made conch porridge with Li Mu just to listen to his love story with Lu Hanyan. It was enough to see how lonely the Empress was. Xiaobai was naturally adorable. If she stayed by the Empress's side, she could relieve some of her loneliness. Different from Shangguan Li and Mr. Mei, in Xiaobai's heart, there was no Empress of the Great Zhou. There was only Sister Zhou who treated her very well and gave her the essence of the celestial fox. The Empress did not lack people who respected her. What she lacked were people who were not afraid of her identity as the Empress and treated her as an equal. Since ancient times, it had been lonely at the top. Whether it was the peak of strength or the peak of status, once one climbed to the top, it was easy to become lonely. Xiaobai had been longing for the beautiful scenery of the imperial garden for a long time. After seeing Li Mu agree, she happily held the Empress's hand and said, "Okay, okay." The two figures disappeared in front of Li Mu again. Li Mu walked to the courtyard and began to practice his new supernatural power. After a while in the imperial garden, Zhou looked at Xiaobai and asked, "Xiaobai, how did you meet Li Mu?" Speaking of this, a brilliant smile appeared on Xiaobai's face as she said, "Before I could transform, I accidentally fell into a hunter's trap. It was Benefactor who saved me and even bandaged my wounds. From then on, I swore to repay Benefactor." Zhou asked curiously, "How?" Xiaobai blushed slightly and said, "I want to marry Benefactor and stay by his side for the rest of my life." Zhou was slightly stunned and asked, "Doesn't he already have a fiancé?" Xiaobai said, "Benefactor has Sister Lu and Sister Wan Wan, but he can also have me. The three of us will accompany Benefactor for the rest of our lives." Zhou Qiong had already forgotten a certain matter, but Xiaobai's words caused her to involuntarily recall the absurd scene she had seen in Li Mumu's dream that night. This caused her, who had never experienced something like this before, to feel an indescribable panic in her heart. She even felt a deep sense of fear. Then, she was suddenly shocked. On the path of cultivation, this was not the first time she had felt this. This was an inner demon. As her cultivation increased, the inner demon would also become stronger. Once an inner demon was born, the consequences would be unimaginable. She wanted to suppress this palpitating heart, but the more she tried not to think about it, the clearer the image in her mind became. With great difficulty, she finally suppressed this palpitating heart with supreme determination. In her heart, she was already extremely regretful. She had transformed into the woman in his dream and played with him in every possible way, causing Li Mu to mistakenly think that an inner demon had appeared. Now, she had finally received her retribution. Moreover, she could not blame Li Mu for this at all. Because she had invaded Li Mu's dream without his consent, she could only blame herself. Xiaobai was playing in the imperial garden, while Zhou returned to her bedroom and sat cross-legged on the bed. The matter of an inner demon could not be underestimated. If it was ignored, the cultivation would stagnate at best, and the cultivation would regress at worst, or even suffer from qi deviation. Her inner demon had arisen because of Li Mu. The simplest and fastest way was naturally to kill Li Mu, and the inner demon would naturally be eliminated. But she could not and would not do so. How could she bear to kill the most understanding and supportive of her? For her sake, he did not hesitate to offend all the court officials, the old and new parties, and her most capable and closest subjects in the 3 academies? Zhou Yi took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and began to think of other ways to eliminate the inner demon. Chapter 294. Late at night. Li Mu laid on the bed in a comfortable position, waiting for the Empress to arrive. Perhaps it was because she had broken Li Mu's wet dream the last time, but these days, the Empress had never entered his dreams without saying a word. Instead, she would take the initiative to hypnotize Li Mu, and then appear. However, tonight, Li Mu waited for a long time, but the Empress didn't appear. He opened his eyes and took out the conch. After inserting his mana, he asked softly, "Your Majesty, are you not coming tonight?" No sound came from the conch. Li Mu waited for a while before putting it away. Although he didn't know what the Empress was busy with, it was obvious that she wouldn't be coming tonight. Li Mu didn't wait any longer and quickly entered the dream. Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi lay on the bed, tossing and turning. As soon as she closed her eyes, the scene would appear in front of her. After a while, she got up from the bed and sat cross-legged. She forced herself to enter an ethereal state. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Li Mu stood in the courtyard and looked up at the full moon in the sky, deep in thought. For a few days, the Empress didn't appear in his dreams. Although she didn't appear often before, her identity wasn't exposed at that time. A few days ago, she entered Li Mu's dreams every day to teach him spells. Not only that, during the morning court session today, the seat that should have been his was replaced by Lady Mei. She said that it was the Empress's arrangement. Li Mu couldn't help but wonder if he had offended the Empress in some way, or if he had angered her. After thinking carefully, Li Mu ruled out this possibility. After returning from the North County, he treated the Empress even better than before. He was worried that she would be lonely, so he took the initiative to chat with her at night, talking about life and dreams. He was worried that she would be tired of eating delicacies, so he personally cooked her favorite dishes and sent his Xiao Bai to the palace to accompany her. The Empress had no reason to be angry with him. That night, Li Mu thought about it all night, but he still couldn't figure out the reason. The next morning, he prepared to enter the palace to sound out the Empress. At the entrance of Jianghu Palace, Mr. Mei walked out of the palace and said, "His Majesty is not in the palace. If there's anything, you can tell me." According to what Li Mu knew, the Empress rarely left the palace. She could no longer return to the Zhou family. Every time she left the palace, she would go to the Li residence. Mr. Mei was obviously lying, and she had no reason to lie to Li Mu. This had to be the Empress's idea. This meant that the events that had occurred in the past few days were not because Li Mu had thought too much, but rather because the Empress had deliberately done so. Li Mu didn't show any strange expression on his face. He asked, "It's not a big deal. I just want to ask if Cui Ming has been caught." Mr. Mei shook his head and said, "Not yet, but Ali has gone after him personally. She has many masters around her, and she can track Cui Ming all the way. He can't escape." "That's good." Li Mu nodded and said, "Then I'll go back first. Goodbye, Sister Mei." Mr. Mei watched him leave, thought for a moment and said, "Wait." Li Mu turned around and asked, "Is there anything else?" Mr. Mei asked, "Did you make His Majesty angry again?" Li Mu shook his head. Recently, not only did he not speak ill of her behind her back, but he was even nicer to her. He couldn't figure out why the Empress had suddenly become cold to him. Mr. Mei said helplessly, "Then you go back first. I'll let you know if there's any news about Cui Ming." Li Mu nodded and turned to leave again. Mr. Mei walked into the Jianghu Palace and looked at the Empress who was dealing with the memorials. His lips moved as if he had something to ask, but he didn't say anything in the end. Zhou Yi closed a memorial and looked out of the palace. A trace of helplessness appeared in the depths of her eyes. The inner demon of the transcendent realm was no small matter. It took her a lot of effort to suppress it. If she saw Li Mu, she was afraid that all her efforts would be in vain. Outside the Jianghu Palace, a maid on duty glanced at the Jianghu Palace and hurried away. A moment later, in the Fusho Palace of the West Palace, The Empress Dowager looked at a maid kneeling in the palace and asked, "Is what you said true?" That Li Mu went to the palace to see Her Majesty, but Her Majesty didn't see him? The maid nodded and said, "It's true. Commander May told Li Mu that Her Majesty wasn't in the palace. But I saw with my own eyes that Her Majesty entered the Changle Palace 15 minutes ago, and didn't come out after that. She must have deliberately not seen him." The Empress Dowager said suspiciously, "Li Mu is her favorite. Why didn't she see him?" The maid said, "Not only did Her Majesty not see him this time, but during the morning court, he was supposed to take over Commander Shangguan's position. But today, he was replaced by Commander May. I guess that Li Mu has fallen out of favor." Fallen out of favor? A cold smile gradually appeared on the Empress Dowager's face. She said sarcastically, "He deserves it. Because of him, I lost the only death exemption token bestowed by the late emperor. I haven't settled this debt with him yet. What will happen to a dog that has lost its master?" A maid beside her said, "Empress Dowager, even the Academy can't defeat Li Mu. You must be careful." The Empress Dowager twitched her mouth and said, "He has offended so many people in the Luoyang. There are so many people who want him dead. I don't need to do it myself. As long as I spread the news that he has fallen out of favor, someone will do it for me." After leaving the palace, Li Mu didn't go home. Instead, he went to an inn. He carried a jar of wine and knocked on a door on the second floor of the inn. Li Si was holding a book in his hand. He was swaying his head as he read. When he opened the door and saw Li Mu, he asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" These days, Li Si was preparing for the imperial examination. He had been studying hard in the inn. Li Mu had only seen him a few times. Li Mu put the jar of wine on the table and said, "I have a question to ask you." Li Si waved his hand. He stared at the book and said, "Wait. Let me finish this part first." Li Mu took the book from his hand and said, "You don't have to memorize it. This part won't be tested." Li Si glanced at him and said, "How do you know it won't be tested? Are you the one who set the questions?" Although the questions weren't set by Li Mu, the official who set the questions had to set the questions according to the outlines set by Li Mu. Li Mu returned the book to Li Si and said, "Believe it or not." Li Si looked at Li Mu and threw the book away decisively. He said, "Remember to tell me what the questions are a few days in advance." Li Mu said, "There aren't any questions. I can highlight the key points for you. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself." "Enough, enough." Li Si sat down and opened the jar of wine. He poured a bowl of wine for him and Li Mu. He said, "Tell me what's the problem?" Li Mu said slowly, "I have a friend who has encountered some problems recently." Li Si glanced at him and asked, "Do I know this friend of yours?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "You don't know the friends I have in Luoyang." He continued, "This friend of mine has a friend of the opposite sex. A few days ago, this friend of the opposite sex was very good to him. From time to time, he would give him expensive gifts and treat him to meals. The two of them would talk about life and dreams together. But recently, this friend of the opposite sex suddenly became cold to my friend. He didn't even want to see him." "Why is that?" Li Si asked. "Did you offend her?" "Not me. It's my friend." "Did your friend offend her?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "No. Not only did he not offend her, he was very good to her. I don't know why she suddenly became like this." Li Si took a sip of wine and touched his chin. He said, "There are 3 possibilities. First, you are her target, but only one of them. She is cold to you because she has someone else she is passionate about." Li Mu shook his head. The Empress was not the kind of person who would two-time. Li Si looked at him and continued, "The second possibility is that she is tired of you and doesn't want to waste her passion on you." Li Mu corrected, "It's my friend." Li Si said, "Sorry, it's your friend." Li Mu and the Empress had a superior and subordinate relationship. They were not in a romantic relationship. He looked at Li Si and asked, "What's the third possibility?" Li Si didn't answer directly. Instead he asked, "Can you beat Lady Lu now?" Does this have anything to do with this question? I'm just asking. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "I can't beat him." This wasn't a question of whether or not he could beat her, but whether or not he could fight back. Even if Li Mu had transcended, he was still no match for Lu Hanyan. Li Si looked at him with an inexplicable gaze and said, "The third possibility is, congratulations to you, no, congratulations to your friend. That woman likes him. She is sometimes cold and sometimes hot, sometimes aloof. These are all tricks between men and women. Only in this way would your friend feel nervous. If my guess is correct, after a short period of coldness, she will become passionate about your friend again." This time, Li Mu didn't agree with Li Si's analysis. Although he and the Empress weren't like Lord and Minister, they weren't lovers either. It was precisely because of this that he couldn't understand the Empress's sudden coldness. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Only a girl as cute and innocent as Xiao Bai, whose thoughts were written all over her face, didn't need him to guess. In the next few days, a rumor began to circulate among the court officials. Li Mu, the imperial censor of the palace, had fallen out of favor. First, he lost his status as a close official who could convey the Empress's decree. Then, when he asked to see the Empress, he was rejected. In the next few days, Li Mu didn't even attend the morning court, and the Empress didn't say anything about it. All of this showed that Li Mu had fallen out of favor. He had no status or background. The only thing he relied on was the Empress's favor. Without the Empress's favor, any random official in the court could kill him hundreds or thousands of times. Li residence. After the morning court, Zhang Chun hurried over. Li Mu was cooking in the kitchen. He said, "Old Zhang, you came just in time. Go and call Li Si. Let's drink together." "Drink my ass." Zhang Chun quickly walked over and asked, "What happened between you and the Empress?" Li Mu said, "Nothing." Zhang Chun said anxiously, "Nothing? Everyone in the court is saying that you've fallen out of favor. Aren't you worried at all?" Li Mu said indifferently, "It's up to the Empress to decide whether I've fallen out of favor or not. What's the use of being worried?" Zhang Chun hurriedly said, "You're not worried, but I am. As someone who's been through it, let me give you a piece of advice. Between a man and a woman, if there's any misunderstanding between a man and a woman, it's better to talk it out. Don't hold it in. The longer you hold it in, the bigger the problem." Chapter 295. In order to clear the misunderstanding, Li Mu had to know what the misunderstanding was. He had done nothing wrong, but he was treated like this. Anyone would be angry. Zhang Chun tried his best to persuade him. The consequences of this are very serious. Think about it. You've offended so many people in Fairy's capital. Once you lose His Majesty's protection, many people won't be able to stop themselves from attacking you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the Li residence. Li Mu walked to the door and saw two constables standing outside. One of the constables looked at Li Mu and said nervously, "Lord Li, there's a case that involves you. Please cooperate with us and follow us to the Ministry of Justice." Zhang Chun was shocked. He asked, "Someone's making a move so soon?" The news that Li Mu had fallen out of favor had just spread, and the Ministry of Justice had already made a move. It seemed that some people hated him to the point where they couldn't tolerate it for even a moment longer. To prevent Xiao Bai from worrying, Li Mu told her to wait for him at home and not go out no matter what happened. Then, he gave the conch to Xiao Bai. If anything happened at home, she could contact the Empress instantly. After doing all this, he walked to the door again and said to the two constables, "Let's go." On the way to the Ministry of Justice, Li Mu asked the constable, "What case am I involved in?" The constable shook his head. "It's not convenient for me to reveal this. You'll know when you reach the Ministry of Justice." When he spoke to Li Mu, he was still cautious. The emperor's heart was unpredictable. Who knew if Li Mu had really fallen out of favor? If he was favored again in a few days, wouldn't the people who offended him be in big trouble? "Constable Li, where are we going?" This is the direction to the Ministry of Justice." "Is Constable Li going to the Ministry of Justice to cause trouble again?" "Quick, quick, quick. Follow Constable Li." After so long, there's finally something to watch. Every time Li Mu went to the Ministry of Justice, there would be a large crowd of people following him. However, this time, he wasn't the one bringing criminals to the Ministry of Justice. He was the one being sued. Ministry of Justice. The director of the Ministry of Justice paced anxiously in the courtyard. He didn't want to take this case at all. It wasn't easy for him to build a good relationship with Li Mu. He didn't want to waste all his previous efforts. However, that woman had sounded the grievance drum of the Ministry of Justice. The commoners were all watching outside, so he had to accept it. A moment later, he walked to the assistant minister's office and bowed to Zhou Zhong, who was sitting behind the table. He said, "Sir Assistant Minister, this case involves Master Li. I am worried that there will be a wrong judgment. How about we let Sir Assistant Minister preside over this case?" Zhou Zhong stood up and said, "All right." Li Mu arrived at the Ministry of Justice and entered the court. He saw Zhou Zhong sitting at the front, and a woman kneeling at the front. The woman was in her early 20s. Her hair was messy, and her face was filled with fear. When she saw Li Mu, she retreated a few steps, and her eyes were filled with terror. This was the first time Li Mu had seen this woman, but she seemed to be very afraid of him. Zhou Zhong looked down at Li Mu and asked, "There is a case that involves Imperial Censor Li. I will now ask you a few questions, and I hope you can answer truthfully." Li Mu said calmly, "Go ahead, Assistant Minister Zhou." Zhou Zhong said, "Where were you last night at midnight?" Li Mu said, "I was resting at home. Last night, he had been waiting for the Empress to fall asleep, and only slept very late." Zhou Zhong asked, "Is there a witness?" At midnight, Xiao Bai had already fallen asleep in her room. Li Mu shook his head and said, "No." Zhou Zhong said, "The person kneeling in front of the court is a woman from Jianghu Lane. She came to the Ministry of Justice today to report that she was raped at home last night at midnight. According to her, the person who raped her was you, Imperial Censor Li. Do you have anything to say about this?" Li Mu looked at the woman and said, "I was at home last night and did not go out. It is even more impossible for me to go to Jianghu Lane and rape her. Why is this lady falsely accusing me?" Zhou Zhong looked at Li Mu and said, "If Lord Li has a clear conscience, can you allow me to perform a soul search?" A soul search was different from a soul search. Under a soul search, a person's memories would be flipped through without any secrets. A soul search was only used to ask specific questions, and was most often used by the government during investigations. A soul search was useless against Li Mu. The art of tranquility could keep one's heart calm at all times. Not to mention Zhou Zhong, even the Empress could not use a soul search to find out the secrets in Li Mu's heart. He said directly to Zhou Zhong, "Assistant Minister Zhou's soul-searching technique is useless against me. There is no need to expend any more mana. Furthermore, under the circumstances where there is no evidence, it is against the law to search the soul of the accused. The accuser should produce evidence and not have the accused prove his innocence." Zhou Zhong thought for a moment and nodded. He looked at the woman again and asked, "Lady Su, you said that Censor Li raped you last night. Do you have evidence?" Lady Su raised her head and said, "I saw it with my own eyes and experienced it personally. It is the evidence." Zhou Zhong looked at her and said, "Lord Li is an official of the Imperial Court. Since you want to accuse him, are you willing to accept a soul search? If you lie, I will punish you severely." Lady Su did not hesitate and said, "I am willing." Zhou Zhong walked down and pressed his palm on her head. The woman's gaze gradually became dazed. After a moment, Zhou Zhong waved his hand and images appeared in front of everyone in the court. Although these images were static, it was not difficult to see what had happened last night when they were all connected. The images were very clear. It was obvious that a masked man in black had barged into the woman's house and violated her. At the critical moment, the woman pulled off the black cloth covering the man's face. Under the black cloth was Li Mu's face. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Mu and asked, "Censor Li, do you have anything else to say?" Li Mu did not explain anything. He only said, "I believe that the Ministry of Justice will clear my name." Zhou Zhong said, "Although this case cannot be concluded, Lord Li, you are a major suspect. I'm afraid I can't let you leave the Ministry of Justice so easily. Men, take Li Mu into custody for now. After I investigate this case, I will try him again." Two constables walked forward and said, "Lord Li, please." In the court, the director of the Ministry of Justice had a look of disbelief. He said, "That's impossible. I've seen the girl by Constable Li's side. She is 1,000 times more beautiful than this woman. How could Constable Li give up what is close at hand for what is far away?" One of the constables said, "That's not necessarily the case. How can a domestic flower be as fragrant as a wild flower? Some people might just like that. The director of the Ministry of Justice looked at Li Mu's back as he calmly left. Even important officials of the court would rarely be so calm when faced with a case like this. He was almost certain that Li Mu had a motive for being so calm. Zhou Zhong walked out of the court and was about to return to the yamen when a shout came from behind him. "Stop!" Zhang Chun angrily pointed at Zhou Zhong and said, "You've so carelessly captured an official of the court. What can the memories of a mortal woman prove?" Zhou Zhong asked calmly. The person who violated the woman looked exactly like Censor Li. "Doesn't that prove anything?" "What does that prove?" Zhang Chun snorted coldly and said, "If I were to become Assistant Minister Zhou and do evil deeds, would you be blamed for the crime as well?" Zhou Zhong asked, "Lord Zhang, are you implying that a Realm 6 expert disguised himself as Censor Li to violate a woman and frame him for it? If Lord Zhang has Realm 6 cultivation and wants to frame me, the Imperial Clan Temple can use this as a reason to imprison me. Before the truth is out, I have nothing to say." Zhang Chun said, "Transformation techniques don't necessarily require Realm 6 supernatural powers. Transformation talismans and transformation pills can also transform the body and disguise one's appearance." Zhou Zhong asked, "Would someone use a heaven-grade Fulu and heaven-grade medicinal pill to frame Censor Li?" Zhang Chun said coldly, "Lord Li is dedicated to the people and offended all the officials of the fairy's capital. There are countless people in the fairy's capital who want to harm him." "This is very likely," Zhou Zhong nodded and said. "We can't rule out this possibility. However, we'll only know the truth after the Ministry of Justice's investigation." Zhang Chun flicked his sleeves and left. At this moment, the onlookers outside the Ministry of Justice were still discussing. "Constable Li has been in there for so long. Why hasn't he come out yet?" "I don't know what happened either." "Sigh, someone's coming out." A constable from the Ministry of Justice walked out and waved at the crowd. He said, "What are you all doing here? Disperse, disperse." Some of the people went up and asked, "What happened in there? Why hasn't Constable Li come out yet?" "Constable Li?" The constable smiled disdainfully and said, "To tell you the truth, I'm afraid Constable Li won't be coming out this time." "What? What the hell is going on? Why can't Constable Li come out? Tell us clearly, or we won't leave today." Seeing that the crowd was getting more and more agitated, the constable was worried that the officials would hold him accountable if things got out of hand. He hurriedly said, "Your Constable Li is involved in a case of rape and has been sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison. Don't crowd around here. Disperse, disperse." As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers were stunned for a moment before an even bigger commotion broke out. King Bullsh T. How dare you insult Constable Li? Constable Li isn't that kind of person. The Ministry of Justice must be trying to frame Constable Li. Dog official. Constable Li is such a good person. How dare you frame him? Everyone, shout with me. Release him, release him. Release him. Release Constable Li. Inside the Ministry of Justice, hearing the deafening shouts outside, the constable of the Ministry of Justice sighed. "If the people of Fairy's capital could treat me like this one day, my years as an official would have been worth it." An old official from the Ministry of Justice sighed. "The person behind this is really scheming. No one knew about this at first, but with this commotion, everyone in Fairy's capital will know about it very soon. At that time, some people will definitely believe it. It's easy to ruin one's reputation, but it's hard to build one's reputation. If you want to kill someone, you have to go for their heart first." In a certain mansion in the North Court, a continuous conversation could be heard from a room. When the sound reached the door, it seemed to be blocked and absorbed by something and completely disappeared. "Is that woman all right? She'll be fine. I asked someone to use the form disguise pill to transform into Li Mu's appearance. In that woman's eyes, the person who raped her was Li Mu. Even if the Ministry of Justice searched her soul, they would only see Li Mu. What if the Ministry of Justice searched Li Mu's soul? He's a cultivator and can tamper with his memories. Even if the Ministry of Justice searched his soul, the results wouldn't be enough to use as evidence. That woman is immortal, so her memories are more credible. But there will still be flaws. That's not important. Whether there are flaws or not depends on whether Li Mu is still favored or not. If His Majesty no longer protects him, He can be sent to his death with any random reason. After a short silence, a gnashing voice could be heard from the room. He must die! Outside the Ministry of Justice. The people shouted for a while, but there was no response from the Ministry of Justice. Gradually, they fell silent. When Constable Li worked for the people, he was fearless. No matter if the other party was an official or a noble, or even the high and mighty academy, he would always seek justice for the people. However, when he was imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice and the people wanted to seek justice for him, they realized that there was nothing they could do other than stand at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice and shout weakly, "Constable Li can't be such a person. Someone must be framing him. He has offended too many people for the sake of the people. How can these people tolerate him? I heard that Constable Li has fallen out of favor with His Majesty. Perhaps that's why those people attacked Constable Li. But why did Constable Li fall out of favor? He has always worked for the people and for His Majesty." The expressions on the people's faces changed from helplessness to worry. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly said, "You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Perhaps that Li Mu has always been pretending. This is his true nature. Otherwise, why would the Ministry of Justice arrest him?" As soon as that person finished speaking, someone grabbed him by the collar and pulled him out of the crowd. A burly man lifted him up and glared at him. He shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak of Constable Li like that?" When Constable Li was beating up those hedonistic villains and abolishing the Silver Penalty Act for the people, where were you? When Constable Li struck young ruffian Zhou with lightning and made the decision for that pitiful family, where were you? When Constable Li fought against the 3 major academies and cried out for the countless victims in Fairy's capital, where were you? Now that Constable Li is being framed, you jump out. Tell me, are you hired by the person who framed Constable Li? What are you trying to do by slandering Constable Li? It would have been better if that person didn't speak. Once he did, the indignant anger in the people's hearts finally found an outlet. In the past 3 months, Li Mu had used his actions to prove what kind of person he was. No one in Fairy's capital had the right to criticize him. Although they were in the great Zhou's capital of Fairy's capital, they had always been shrouded in darkness. It wasn't until Li Mu's appearance that the people finally saw a ray of light. Li Mu shone brightly in the hearts of the people of Fairy's capital. The only thing more dazzling than him was the sun in the sky. At this moment, he was being framed and someone was taking advantage of the situation to sow discord. This completely enraged the people who were already angry. In an instant, the people punched and kicked. The person who slandered Li Mu was immediately buried in their punches and kicks. If it weren't for the bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice who saw that something was wrong and stepped out to stop them, there would have been another tragic case in front of the Ministry of Justice before Li Mu's case was over. Because of the commotion in front of the Ministry of Justice, this case that was originally limited to the Ministry of Justice quickly spread. In the past few months, every incident related to Li Mu was at the heart of the storm in Fairy's capital. Naturally, his case spread very quickly. When the people of Fairy's capital heard this, they were naturally worried. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only silently march in front of the Ministry of Justice to express their protest. However, in the southern and northern courtyards, there were many voices that were different from the voices of the people. "Haha, Li, to think that you would have such a day. When you bullied my grandson, you didn't think that you would have such a day, right? In the past, you had His Majesty protecting you. This time, without His Majesty, I'd like to see how you'll die. Before I could do anything, someone else beat me to it. I wonder who hates him so much. Could it be the Zhou family?" In the past 3 months, the officials and nobles of Fairy's capital, regardless of whether they were from the new or old parties, had formed grudges with Li Mu. When they heard that Li Mu had been imprisoned, they all clapped their hands in joy. They couldn't even be satisfied with hearing about Li Mu's tragic case from others. Many of them personally came to the Ministry of Justice to see for themselves. This undoubtedly made them even happier. Faced with the officials and nobles who wanted to visit Li Mu, the director of the Ministry of Justice was in a difficult position. Of course, they could visit the prison. However, the Ministry of Justice had a rule that not everyone could visit the prison. There were rules regarding the identity of the person who visited the prison and the time of the visit. In principle, the relatives and friends of non-criminals were not allowed to visit the prison. However, the people who came to the Ministry of Justice were either officials or nobles. He couldn't afford to offend all of them. He walked to the assistant minister's office and asked Zhou Zhong, "Lord Assistant Minister, these people outside all want to visit the prison. Should we reject them?" "No need." Zhou Zhong waved his hand and said, "If they want to visit, let them. However, each visit can only be 2 people at most. They can't stay for more than half an hour." Since the assistant minister had spoken, the director of the Ministry of Justice didn't say anything else. He nodded and said, "I'll make the arrangements now." The prison of the Ministry of Justice. In a neat and tidy prison cell, Li Mu stood in the middle of the cell. This was his first time in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Compared to the county and provincial yamen, the prison of the Ministry of Justice was cleaner and tidier. There wasn't any odor in the prison either. Zhou Zhong had arranged a good cell for him. The inside of the cell was spotless. Li Mu had wanted to use his spells to clean it up, but later found that there was no need. He wasn't shackled and his mana wasn't restricted. If he really wanted to leave, the prison of the Ministry of Justice wouldn't be able to hold him. However, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to know who was so impatient that they were willing to use fulu and pills just to frame him. Footsteps came from outside. 2 people appeared outside the cell. One of them was someone Li Mu had seen before. It was the vice director of the Ministry of Revenue, Wei Teng. The other person was someone Li Mu didn't recognize. The person stood outside the cell and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Lord Li may not know who I am. Let me introduce myself. I am the director of the Ministry of Rights, Zhu Qi. Zhu Tsong is my son." Li Mu had already noticed that this person looked similar to Zhu Kong. He glanced at the 2 of them and asked, "What are you doing here?" Zhu Qi said, "I was shocked to hear that Lord Li was imprisoned. I wanted to come and take a look." Wei Teng quickly followed and said, "Lord Li is a pillar of the country and a favorite of His Majesty. How could he do such a despicable thing? If you need any help, just ask. I won't help you." "Ha ha ha." Wei Teng looked at Li Mu in the cell and laughed happily. His hatred for Li Mu was even greater than Zhu Qi's. Because of Li Mu, he lost his nephew. His only younger brother lost his son. Since then, he was unable to recover from the setback and cut off all contact with him. As for his son Wei Peng, he also suffered an unprecedented blow because of that incident. Since Wei Bin's execution, Wei Peng had never stepped out of the Wei mansion. He hugged a thick copy of the Law of Great Zhou all day long. He read it when he walked, when he ate, and even when he went to the toilet. Even when he slept, he would use the book as a pillow. Wei Teng saw his son's abnormality and his heart ached. He blamed all of this on Li Mu. Wei Teng and Zhu Qi laughed happily. Li Mu looked at them indifferently and said, "Scram." Wei Teng's face darkened. He said sternly, "Don't you know where you are? Don't you know your own situation? What right do you have to be arrogant in front of us?" Zhu Qi sneered and said, "I'd like to see how long you can be arrogant." At this moment, a prison guard walked in and said to the 2 of them, "Lords, it's time to visit the prisoners." The 2 of them looked at Li Mu mockingly again and turned to leave. Li Mu watched the 2 of them leave. He shook his head and said in a low voice, "It's not. They were not the ones who framed him." Soon, another person walked in from outside. It was an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. As soon as he entered the cell, he looked at Li Mu and said, "Lord Li, do you know me?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" The old man snorted and said, "I'm the deputy of Taichung Temple. 2 months ago, you beat up my grandson 3 times and broke 5 of his ribs. You don't know who I am?" Li Mu said, "Is the Prime Minister of Taichung Temple senile? The one I hit was your grandson, not you. Why should I know you?" The deputy of Taichung Temple pointed at him and said in a trembling voice, You're too arrogant," Li Mu said coldly. "It's not the first time I've been so arrogant." "Is this the first time you know?" The Taichung Temple deputy prime minister had come to mock Li Mu. But he did not expect that not only did Li Mu fail to mock him, but he also anger himself. He pointed at Li Mu, his beard trembling, and said angrily, You, I'll wait and see if you can still be so arrogant in a few days." After saying this, he angrily stormed off in a huff. Li Mu looked at the back of the deputy of Taichung Temple and shook his head. He said, "Not really. The director of the Ministry of Rights, the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, and the deputy of Taichung Temple were the first to mock him. Obviously, they were not the ones behind the scenes. Li Mu sighed as he stood in the prison cell. Usually he did not care. It was only at times like this that he realized how many enemies he had in Chengdu. There were so many that he did not even know who the mastermind was. A voice came from the door again, and Li Mu's gaze followed it. His enemies in Chengdu were honest. They seemed to be afraid that they would come too late. After Li Mu was released from prison, they came to the Ministry of Justice one after another to sightsee. The two people who came this time were both women, and they weren't young either. One of them had a rather charming figure, and was a young woman around 30 years old. The other person was even older, and didn't even have a hint of charm. The two of them did not come close. They only glanced at Li Mu from afar and turned to leave without saying a word. The woman next to the young woman looked at Li Mu with a gaze filled with bone-deep hatred. Li Mu could feel a strong resentment and malice from her. Her disgust for Li Mu was even greater than that of the other three combined. Li Mu's eyes flashed. He sensed something and looked at the prison guard. He said, "You, come over here." The prison guard at the door ran over quickly and asked anxiously, What do you want?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Who are the two women who came in just now?" The prison guard shook his head and said, "I don't know. Go and ask." "Do you think you—" The prison guard was indignant. After exchanging glances with Li Mu, he could not help but tremble and run out quickly. After a while, he ran back in and said, "I asked. It's the fourth madam of the Zhou family, and the wife of the Minister of Rights. The wife of the Minister of Rights is the daughter of the fourth madam of the Zhou family." "Director Zhou," Li Mu said the name softly. His guess was confirmed. There were many people in the divine capital who hated him, but Zhou Ting and his wife were definitely two people who hated him to the core. Their only son had died at the hands of Li Mu. Li Mu had always been wary of Zhou Ting, but after Zhou Ting left office, he stayed in the Zhou family and did not leave. Li Mu thought that he was plotting a bigger scheme, but he did not expect that the first to act would be his wife. Since he had found the mastermind, there was no need for him to stay in the Ministry of Justice. He looked at the prison guard again and said, "Call Zhou Zhong over." The prison guard did not dare to talk back this time and ran out. Not long after, Zhou Zhong walked slowly into the prison. He looked at Li Mu and asked, "Censor Li, do you have anything else to say?" Li Mu said indifferently, "That woman's matter has nothing to do with me. Someone framed her." Zhou Zhong shook his head and said, "Lord Li's one-sided statement cannot be used as evidence." Li Mu asked, "Did the person who raped that woman succeed?" Zhou Zhong said, "That woman from the Su family had her chastity taken last night." Li Mu looked at him and said, "If that's the case, then this case cannot be done by me." Zhou Zhong asked, "Why?" Li Mu's face showed a trace of unnaturalness. He said, "Because this official hashtag at yen asterisk." Zhou Zhong took a step forward and tilted his ear. He said, "I didn't hear you clearly. Please repeat yourself, Lord Li." Li Mu's forehead darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Because this official's primordial yang is still there." Zhou Zhong's expression was clearly stunned. Not only him, but even the prison guard was stunned. The two of them had never imagined that Li Mu would be able to use such a reason to clear himself of suspicion. But when they thought about it carefully, it seemed that no testimony would be as powerful as this one. This was a special case to begin with. That woman had been raped and her chastity taken. Naturally, that criminal had done something indescribable with her. In other words, the criminal of this case had to be someone who had been through it before. It was impossible for him to be a virgin. A man's primordial yang would be lost the first time he fused with a woman. If Li Mu's primordial yang was still there, then he naturally could not be the criminal who raped that woman. After Zhou Zhong came back to his senses, he looked at Li Mu and said, "I'll have to trouble Lord Li to extend your right hand." Li Mu impatiently extended his hand. Zhou Zhong was clearly not like Xiao Bai, who could see through his chastity with a single sentence. Zhou Zhong placed his hand on Li Mu's wrist and withdrew it a moment later. He immediately ordered the prison guard behind him, "Open the door." The prison guard hurriedly took out a key and opened the door. Li Mu walked out of the cell and glanced at Zhou Zhong. He said, "The Ministry of Justice, I'll remember this." Zhou Zhong shook his head and said, "You can't blame the Ministry of Justice. If Lord Li had been able to produce this evidence in court, then you wouldn't have been temporarily detained. Zhou Zhong was speaking nonsense. There were so many people in court. Using such a method to prove his innocence in front of those people was shameless. But Li Mu was. This was one reason. The other reason was that Li Mu wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, to draw out the true mastermind behind this case. Zhou Zhong walked to the door of the prison and extended his hand. He said, "Lord Li, please." At the same time that Li Mu and Zhou Zhong walked out of the prison, in the Li residence. Xiao Bai was anxiously pacing around in the courtyard. Although she didn't go out, she still heard the people outside talking about the matter. Her benefactor was in danger, but she couldn't help at all. In the end, she gritted her teeth and took out a conch. After activating it with her mana, she said with a sobbing voice, "Sister Zhou, please save my benefactor, Changle Palace." Zhou Yi, who was sitting cross-legged on the brocade couch, entered an ethereal state to avoid her inner demons. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. She waved her hand lightly and an image appeared in front of her. It was the image of Li Mu being locked up in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Her expression changed slightly. Her figure flashed and appeared outside Changle Palace. She asked, "What happened to Li Mu?" Mr. Mei had also just received the news and was hesitating whether he should inform the Empress. He immediately said, "Your Majesty, Li Mu was framed and locked up in the Ministry of Justice's prison." She finally could not hold back the doubts in her heart these past few days and asked, "Your Majesty, what did Li Mu do to make your Majesty unhappy?" Zhou Yi was puzzled. "Why do you ask?" Mr. Mei said helplessly, "Please forgive Mei Wei for asking too much. Your Majesty has been too cold to him these days, so much so that there are rumors in the court that your Majesty is dissatisfied with him. Li Mu has fallen out of favor. The only reason he can live peacefully in the fairies' capital is because your Majesty has his back. He can't live without your Majesty. Once your Majesty abandons him, the various forces in the fairies' capital will make a move on him." Zhou Yi couldn't tell Mei Wei that she was avoiding Li Mu because she wanted to control her inner demons. She also didn't expect that her actions would cause such serious consequences. Mr. Mei continued, "Li Mu can't live without your Majesty. Your Majesty's actions will disappoint him. With his personality, your Majesty might lose him forever." Not only Li Mu couldn't live without her, but she couldn't live without Li Mu either. In this cold court, only Li Mu could bring her some warmth. Zhou Yi had already realized the severity of the situation. She said, "Go to the Ministry of Justice and bring him out immediately." "Forget it. I'll go myself." As soon as he finished speaking, his face turned into Mr. Mei's and he disappeared into thin air. Ministry of Justice. Li Mu walked out of the prison and found a group of people outside. The director of the Ministry of Rights, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and the minister of the Taichung Temple hadn't left yet. They were shocked when they saw Zhou Zhong and Li Mu walk out. Why is he out? Why did the Ministry of Justice let him out? Is there any law here? Zhou Zhong walked in front of them and said, "This case has nothing to do with Lord Li. The Ministry of Justice caught him by mistake." The minister of the Taichung Temple said angrily, "That woman has already identified him. You've also searched her soul. This case was obviously done by Li Mu. How can you protect him like this?" Zhou Zhong said calmly. "The Ministry of Justice only cares about evidence when handling cases. Lord Li has evidence to prove that this case has nothing to do with him." The director of the Ministry of Rights said in disbelief, "What evidence?" Zhou Zhong glanced at Li Mu and said, "Lord Li is still a Yuanyang body." As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence in the room. There was no better reason than this to clear him of suspicion in this case. After all, it was impossible for a rapist to still be a virgin after the rape. Perhaps even the mastermind behind the scenes would never have guessed that Li Mu was a fledgling. They couldn't understand why Li Mu was such a handsome man. He could have any woman he wanted. How could he be a virgin? Moreover, the woman beside him was so beautiful. How could he hold himself back? Was he even a man? Seeing everyone's eyes and expressions, Li Mu wished he could sew Zhou Zhong's mouth shut. However, he was no match for Zhou Zhong. His gaze swept across the director of the Ministry of Rights, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and the minister of the Taichung Temple. He said, "You guys are very good." The three of them felt a chill run down their spines, straight to their heads. No one expected that Li Mu would be able to escape so quickly. Based on his past temperament, the three of them probably wouldn't have a good life in the future. Looking at Li Mu's back as he left, the director of the Ministry of Rights said with a pale face, "What do we do now?" The minister of the Ministry of Revenue snorted and said, "What are you afraid of? The current Li Mu is no longer the Li Mu of the past. Without His Majesty, what is he?" The minister of the Taichung Temple was also relieved. He agreed and said, "That's right. He escaped once, but can he escape a second time or a third time? There are countless people in Luoyang who want him dead. He won't be able to jump around for long." The three of them comforted themselves in such a way, and their anxious hearts finally relaxed. Zhou Zhong glanced at them and asked, "Are the three of you so sure that Li Mu has really fallen out of favor?" The three of them, who had just relaxed, suddenly became worried again. The director of the Ministry of Rights asked, "Sir Zhou, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Zhong shook his head and said, "It's hard to fathom a ruler's heart. Once in favor, once out of favor, once out of favor, and once again back into favor. This has happened a lot in history. You guys are too impatient." When Li Mu walked out of the Ministry of Justice, he was surprised to see Mr. Mei walk in. Mr. Mei was surprised to see Li Mu. He asked, "Why did you come out?" Li Mu said, "I didn't do it in the first place. It'll be fine as long as I explain it clearly." Mr. Mei asked, "How did you explain it?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "That's not important." He looked up at the sky and said, "It's almost lunchtime. Sister Mei, do you want to go home with me and have a meal before going back to the palace?" Mr. Mei thought for a moment and said, "His Majesty hasn't eaten yet. I'll go back and ask His Majesty first." Li Mu said lightly, "It's better not to call His Majesty. There's not enough food at home. There's only enough for 3 people." Mr. Mei said, "Then I'll go to the market with you to buy some food." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Forget it. I suddenly don't feel like cooking. I'll just go back and eat some steamed buns and salted vegetables with Xiao Bai. Goodbye, Sister Mei." Mr. Mei watched Li Mu's figure disappear from her sight. She stood there in a daze, with a confused and helpless expression on her face. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze and slowly walked toward the palace gate. Changle Palace. Zhou Yi looked at Mr. Mei and asked, "Was I really wrong?" Mr. Mei's lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. When Her Majesty was young, she focused on cultivation and rarely had contact with others. She was used as a pawn by the Zhou family. After she ascended the throne, she was high above the masses, and no one around her could talk to her. Although she wasn't young, she didn't have much experience and didn't know how to get along with others. Almost everyone around her was respectful to her. They only obeyed her and did not dare to resist. However, Li Mu did not belong to that, almost, exception. She couldn't say that the Empress was wrong. She could only say, "I hope Your Majesty doesn't blame Li Mu. He's loyal to Your Majesty and is full of passion. It's inevitable that he'll feel sad and disappointed when something like this happens. This shows that he's really loyal to Your Majesty." Zhou Yi thought for a moment and said, "Then it's my fault." It was night time. Li Mu lay on the bed, unable to calm down. He didn't care about being framed and imprisoned because those people were his enemies. This was what his enemies should do. Meanwhile, he had been loyal and devoted to the Empress, clearing all obstacles for her. He had even cared about her life, relieving her of her worries and boredom. He had invited her to his home for a meal, and had even cooked her favorite food. However, his passion had been exchanged for indifference and alienation. He felt that it wasn't worth it. The human world wasn't worth it. He even considered whether he should take Xiao Bai back to the North County. At most, he wouldn't need the psyche power of the people of Chengdu. He didn't want to continue staying in this sad place. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt tired. He uncontrollably entered a dream and saw a familiar figure in the dream. Li Mu didn't want to see her now. He silently recited the clear heart chant and woke up from the dream. Tiredness came again, and he entered the dream again. He silently recited the clear heart chant and woke up from the dream again. Enter the dream, wake up. Enter the dream, wake up. After more than 10 times, Li Mu didn't feel tired anymore. However, there was another figure in front of his bed. Zhou Yi looked down at him and said, "I was wrong." Li Mu immediately froze on the bed. To be able to connect the words, I, and I was wrong, was an inconceivable thing. After he came back to his senses, he got up from the bed and asked subconsciously, "Where did you go wrong?" P.S. This book has 10,000 words. 6,000 is the basic update, and 4,000 is the main update. When I was thinking about this plot yesterday, I felt that it would be better to finish it in one go. I specially set an alarm in the morning and wrote for about 10 hours. Now my eyes hurt and I have a headache, so I'm going to sleep. There will be no more updates today. Readers reading outside the website, if you think the writing is pleasing to your eyes, I hope you can come to the Chinese website to support the original version. Thank you. Chapter 296. As soon as Li Mu opened his mouth, he felt that it was somewhat inappropriate to ask this question. After all, she was the empress, the ruler of a country. He could not treat the empress like Lu Hanyan. However, he thought about it again. What was wrong with the empress? Was it natural for the empress to do something wrong? He was loyal to her, not because she was the empress, nor was it because she was beautiful. It was only because she had obtained his approval. If she didn't know where she went wrong this time, it was very likely that she would do it again next time. She could always be cold to him, and she could also always be warm to him, but she couldn't always be hot and cold to him. Li Mu was working for her, not in love with her. What was this? Zhou Yi stood in front of the bed and thought for a while. She then said, "It was my fault for not being considerate enough and giving some people in the court an opportunity to take advantage of me and bring you so much trouble." She did not understand the main point of the matter. Li Mu gently shook his head and said, "I am not afraid of trouble, nor am I afraid of any enemy. As long as your majesty is behind me, even if my enemy is the entire court or the entire world, so what? What I am afraid of is that, for your majesty and the great Zhou, I will make the entire world my enemy, but when I turn around, I will find that there is no one behind me." In the darkness, Zhou Yi's gaze was somewhat absent-minded. She had never thought that someone would make the entire world his enemy for her. But after thinking about it, she realized that in the past few months, Li Mu had indeed done this. But what had she done? She had abandoned him and left him to face countless enemies alone. The reason he had so many enemies was not because of himself, but because of the great Zhou, because of her. Li Mu looked at the silent Zhou Yi and asked, "I would like to ask your majesty if I have done something to make your majesty unhappy. If I have offended your majesty, would your majesty please make it clear? Even if your majesty wants me to die, please let me die with a clear understanding. Do not let me be muddle-headed." No. Zhou Yi couldn't tell the truth in front of Li Mu. He could only say, "Yes, it was Jean who encountered an inner demon. These days, Jean has been suppressing the inner demon and has no time to care about other things. Therefore, Jean neglected you." Li Mu was stunned for a moment. Then, shock appeared on his face. Her Majesty was a 7th realm transcendent cultivator. The inner demons of a cultivator of this level were extremely terrifying. Once the inner demons were born, their cultivation would be stagnant. This was already the best outcome. If it was more serious, his cultivation would regress, his mind would be affected by his inner demons, or he might even die. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. So it was only the Empress suppressing her inner demons. He had thought that he had fallen out of favor. It was a misunderstanding. It's not a big deal. He raised his head to look at the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, please recite with me, your heart is as clear as ice. You will not be alarmed even if the sky collapses. You will remain steadfast. You will be happy and calm. You will not be stained by dirt. You will not be stained by vulgar things." In the end, the reason why inner demons were born was because the mind was in chaos. The art of tranquility was used to calm the mind. It wasn't just for inner demons. Soul manipulation arts, illusion arts, seduction arts, dream invading arts, and other arts that could affect one's mind to perform arts were all trash in front of the art of tranquility. Although this wasn't the most basic way to suppress inner demons, it was very effective in avoiding them. Heart is as clear as ice. You will not be alarmed even if the sky collapses? Zhou Yi didn't understand, but she still recited a few words in her heart with Li Mu. Then, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Ever since she came here, she had been suppressing the throbbing in her heart and suppressing the inner demons. With her 7th realm strength, it was still a bit difficult for her to completely suppress the inner demons. But after reciting a few words, the throbbing in her heart calmed down. This was obviously a spell that could quickly calm the mind. There were many spells for calming the mind in both Buddhism and Taoism. The royal family also had many secret spells. These days, Zhou Yi tried them one by one, but they didn't have much effect. Only the few spells that Li Mu taught her had an immediate effect. Her heart immediately calmed down, and she no longer felt the throbbing of her inner demons. Li Mu looked at Zhou Yi and asked, "Your Majesty, are you feeling better?" Zhou Yi nodded and said, "Much better." Li Mu explained, "The art of tranquility can calm one's mind under any circumstances, but using it to suppress one's inner demons is still a temporary solution. Your Majesty, if you want to completely solve your inner demons, you have to start from the source." Zhou Yi said unnaturally, "I know." To start from the source, she had to start from Li Mu. But how should she start? She was silent for a while, then looked at Li Mu again and said, "From now on, I will always stand behind you. No matter what you encounter, just do it. You have me." With these words, Li Mu was much more relieved. But he couldn't help but regret and blame himself for misunderstanding the Empress. He had almost wronged her. At this time, Zhou Yi asked again, "Do you know who set you up?" Li Mu said, "Someone changed into my appearance, defiled that woman, and framed me. If it wasn't a Dongxian master, then someone used a transformation talisman and a false form elixir. The false form divine power could change one's body into a man or a woman, big or small, or a divine bird or a strange beast. It could only be used by see-through Xian stage cultivators who had a profound cultivation base. This was not a simple illusion, but an essential change from the inside to the outside. It was a great magical power beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The Dongxian magical power was extremely difficult to carve fulu and refine elixirs. Therefore it was extremely rare and ranked in the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm fulu and elixirs were extremely difficult to carve and refine because of the precious materials. Most cultivators would choose to use them for attack or defense. This kind of fulu or elixir that didn't have great power but had special uses was even rarer. The Empress shook her head slightly and said, "It can't be Dongxian. There are not many masters in Dongxian. If they did, I would have sensed it. Someone must have used a false form fulu or elixir. Do you have any suspects?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I suspect it was Zhou Chu's mother. She has been holding a grudge against Zhou Chu for what happened last time. I saw her today in the prison of the Ministry of Justice." "Fourth aunt," the Empress sighed softly and said, "She is my family. I can't tell if she has anything to do with this. Old Wang once said that no one could predict everything. There were many limitations in the art of divination. The closer one was to the person, the less accurate the result would be. Most of the time, the result of divination was only a sign or a feeling. It couldn't be confirmed at all. Even though Zhou Ting's wife wasn't related to the Empress by blood, they were still related by blood." Li Mu pondered for a moment before continuing, "In the prison of the Ministry of Justice, the wife of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights was with her." The Empress counted with her fingers and her face gradually turned cold. She said in a low voice, "It is indeed him." She looked at Li Mu gently and said, "Don't worry. I will get justice for you." Li Mu slept soundly that night. He no longer resented the Empress. What the Empress said later made him feel completely at ease. He even dreamed of the Empress in his dream. It wasn't the Empress who entered the dream, but Li Mu who dreamt of his own accord. If the Empress used the dream-entering technique to invade Li Mu's dream, she would be able to see that there was another her in the dream. Li Mu originally enjoyed this dream very much. In the dream, he and the Empress relied on each other to keep each other warm. She supported Li Mu from behind, and Li Mu cut through all obstacles for her. He swept away all obstacles in the imperial court, subdued the Yao nation, pacified the ghost realm, suppressed the dragon race of the four seas, conquered the barbarians, and unified the countries of the Zhou continent. He also opened up new territory for the Great Zhou, conquered the 10 continents and 3 islands, and completed the unification of the world. He made the 10 continents live in peace and all the countries pay homage to him. Then, the Empress conferred him the title of Empress. When the officials attended court, he often accompanied the Empress. After court, he nestled in her arms with a shy face. "No!" Li Mu suddenly woke up from his dream. He sat up on the bed and looked around. Thinking about the dream just now, his face was full of shock. The dream just now was simply too scary. In the dream, not only did he have to be a cow or horse for the empress, he even had to sleep with her. Which normal man would want to marry an empress? But then again, although her status was high and she was powerful, it wasn't impossible for her to be a wife. In this day and age, which wife could not be unreasonable, admit her mistakes, and protect her husband? She was rich and powerful. Although she wasn't gentle and considerate enough, she was able to put down her pride and identity to take the initiative to admit her mistake instead of being unforgiving and unreasonable. Such a woman was hard to find even if one searched for a lantern. As Li Mu thought about it, he suddenly slapped himself and said angrily, "Bah, scumbag!" Lu Hanyan was still in the North County, but he actually had such thoughts about the Empress. He really shouldn't have. After reflecting on himself for a while, Li Mu got up and washed up with Xiao Bai's help. The two ghosts had already prepared breakfast. After Li Mu finished eating, he went to the palace and prepared to go to court. At the entrance of the palace, the morning court had not started yet. The officials were already waiting outside the palace. In the line of officials, many people were discussing what happened yesterday. Li Mu was arrested and sent to the Ministry of Justice. Although they did not know why he was released later, the Empress did not interfere from beginning to end. What did this mean? It meant that Li Mu's fall from grace was very likely true. A few days ago, when the news of Li Mu's fall from grace spread like wildfire, many of them had been observing the situation from afar. After all, the Empress's heart was unpredictable. No one knew whether Li Mu's fall from grace was true or false. If the news was wrong, they would be impulsively attacking Li Mu and angering the Empress. Wouldn't they be courting death? Everyone was waiting for the first person to test the waters. They did not expect that someone would be so impatient. It had only been a few days, but they could not wait to attack Li Mu. This gave them a chance to verify it. Although Li Mu was released from the Ministry of Justice yesterday, he seemed to have used some method to prove his innocence. The Empress did not say anything about what had happened to him. This had already sent out a strong signal to everyone. If someone used this method to prove that the Empress did not care about Li Mu, he would be removed from the divine capital in less than a month. He would never appear in front of everyone again. Chapter 297. The imperial court had been peaceful for so long, and the sudden appearance of a disruptor was something that no one wanted to see. Perhaps Li Mu had no selfish motives, but it was precisely because of this that he was an eyesore. Without him, whether it was the old or new parties, or the other officials, their days would be much more comfortable. Before the imperial court, no discussion is allowed. While the officials were whispering, a stern voice came from outside the group of officials, interrupting their whispers. Everyone looked over and saw Li Mu wandering outside the group, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. Li Mu was the imperial censor of the imperial court. His main responsibility was to inspect the officials' manners during the imperial court and correct their improper behavior. The emperor used to use him as a personal guard, but now that Li Mu had fallen out of favor, he was only the imperial censor of the imperial court. He had the right to reprimand the officials before the imperial court. The crowd stopped talking, but they sneered in their hearts. The days when he could strut around like this were numbered. Li Mu walked to a certain place and looked at an official. The physician of the Board of Rights, Zhu Qi, also looked at Li Mu, his heart inexplicably weak. Li Mu coldly asked, "What are you looking at?" This was not the past, when the silver law of guilt had been abolished. Zhu Qi did not believe that if he looked at Li Mu one more time, Li Mu would dare to beat him like he had beaten his son in front of the officials. If he really dared to do so, he would not be far from death. Zhu Qi coldly snorted and asked, "What, can't I look at you?" Li Mu shrugged and said, "Of course you can." Zhu Qi looked at him, his gaze even more unbridled, a trace of mockery in his contempt. Li Mu's tone changed and he said, "You can look at me, but you are not wearing your official hat properly. According to the law, you will be caned 10 times and your salary will be deducted for half a month. Men, drag the physician of the Board of Rights to the side, seal his cultivation, and punish him with 10 canes as a warning to others." Zhu Qi's expression changed as he shouted, "How can there be such a law?" Li Mu stretched out his hand and a copy of the Great Zhou Laws appeared in his hand. He flipped to a page and pointed it out to Zhu Qi, saying, "Look for yourself." The third article of the 35th volume of the Great Zhou Laws states that officials must tidy up their attire before attending court. Those who are disheveled will be regarded as disrespectful in front of the monarch. Their salary will be deducted for half a month and they will be caned 10 times. Have I said anything wrong? Zhu Qi stared blankly at this clause. It was written in black and white. Unless Li Mu had the guts to change the laws of Great Zhou, what he said was true. Tampering with the laws of Great Zhou was a capital offense. There was no way he would fabricate this just to give him 10 beatings. Li Mu shook his head and said, "This is the rule set by the previous emperor. You didn't follow it when it came to His Majesty. It is clear that you have no respect for His Majesty. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you won't respect His Majesty in the future." He looked at the 2 guards in front of the palace and said, "What are you waiting for? Start the punishment." The 2 guards looked at each other and didn't move. They hadn't been on duty for long and hadn't heard of this rule. Mr. May walked over from afar and looked at the 2 lightly. He asked, "Didn't you hear what Sir Li said? Disrespectful in front of the palace was a serious offense in the previous emperor's time. 10 beatings is already a light punishment. What are you waiting for?" Seeing that Commander May had spoken, the 2 didn't dare to hesitate. They walked up to Zhu Qi and said, "Sir, please." Zhu Qi's expression was stiff and his throat moved. He walked with difficulty and left with the 2 guards. Li Mu used the law to suppress him. He didn't even have a chance to resist. He swore in his heart that when he returned, he would take a good look at the laws of Great Zhou. What kind of bullshit rule was this? Zhu Qi was taken away to receive his punishment. The officials beside him were very nervous. Some of them even used their mana to adjust their official hats. Some of the officials who had been on the court during the previous emperor's time even remembered the rules of the previous emperor's time. Disrespectful in front of the palace was a crime that existed during the previous emperor's time. Many officials had been punished because of this. After the empress succeeded the throne, she didn't care about this anymore. When the officials went to court, they also became casual. Most importantly, they didn't have to worry about it anymore. Who would have thought that Li Mu would bring this up again today? He brought out all the provisions of the law. No one could say that he was wrong unless the officials all agreed to abolish this law. But that was a matter for the future. Li Mu didn't care about the frightened officials and continued to patrol outside. As he walked, his footsteps stopped again. He stood in front of Wei Tang, the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue. Wei Ting's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He finally understood what Li Mu meant when he said those last words to the 3 of them yesterday. Revenge. This was undisguised revenge. Li Mu stood in front of Wei Ting. At first glance, he didn't find anything strange. At second glance, he also didn't find anything strange. So he began to look carefully, up and down, front and back, left and right. At this moment, Wei Ting really wanted to curse. When Li Mu walked past the other officials, he only glanced at them. When he came to Wei Tang, he had already looked at them for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Wei Tang's official hat was properly worn and his clothes were neat. But his efforts didn't let him down. Li Mu still found a stain on his sleeve. Li Mu looked at him and said, "Lord Wei, the official robes you are wearing aren't just official robes. They are also the symbol of the Great Zhou, the face of the court. The previous emperor requested that when the officials go to court, their clothes must be neat and tidy, and their official robes must not be stained. Have you forgotten?" The 2 guards who had punished Zhu Qi had already returned. Li Mu looked at Wei Tang, his expression gradually becoming cold. He said, "Forfeit your salary for half a month, 10 strokes of the cane." After the 2 guards examined him, they also took Wei Ting away. Li Mu continued forward. The director of the Ministry of Justice lowered his head to look at a conspicuous hole in his official robes. Sweat began to seep out of his forehead. The director of the Ministry of Rights just didn't wear his hat properly, and the vice director of the Ministry of Revenue just had a stain on his sleeve, yet he was already beaten 10 times. His official robes had a hole. He had lost the face of the court. Wouldn't he be beaten at least 50 times? He looked at Li Mu out of the corner of his eye, and found that he had already walked in front of him. He stopped in front of him. His gaze wasn't right. He seemed to be looking at the hole in his official robes. It's over, it's over. He found it. Li Mu walked in front of the director of the Ministry of Justice, gave him a look, and slowly walked past him. The director of the Ministry of Justice froze in place. Li Mu was letting him go just like that? After Li Mu left for a long time and didn't come back, he finally felt completely at ease. Li Mu really had let him go. Although it was clear that he was taking revenge on the 3 people who had gone to the Ministry of Justice to watch the show yesterday, the 2 of them also had old grudges. Whether he would be punished or not, it would be up to Li Mu to decide. The director of the Ministry of Justice heaved a sigh of relief and felt a little touched. It seemed that Li Mu had indeed forgotten the grudges between them and remembered that he had helped him before. Li Mu was different from other people in the court. Although Li Mu was sometimes annoying, he was a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He was a person worthy of deep friendship. Walking past the director of the Ministry of Justice, Li Mu went straight to the side of the minister of Taichung Temple. The minister of Taichung Temple looked ahead. Even though he had already guessed that Li Mu would not let him go easily after taking revenge on the director of the Ministry of Rights and the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, he was not afraid. He had a slight obsession with cleanliness. Normally, he would often use disguising techniques. His official robes were impervious to fire and water, dirt, holes, and dirt. His official hat was also properly worn. Even with Li Mu's discerning eyes, he could not find anything that could be used against him. Li Mu walked in front of the minister of Taichung Temple and sized him up for a long time. He could not find anything wrong with him. His official robe was spotless. It was obvious that he had cast a concealment technique on it. His official hat was also properly worn. Under such circumstances, if Li Mu still made things difficult for him, it would mean that he was trying to harm him. He observed for a while more and suddenly looked at the feet of the minister of Taichung Temple. The minister of Taichung Temple also noticed Li Mu's actions. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had woken up in a hurry and put on his shoes the wrong way? He did not remember. However, after this thought appeared in his mind, he felt that his feet were somewhat uncomfortable. Especially since Li Mu had been staring at his feet for a long time without saying anything. This made him panic. Finally, he could not help but look down. Luckily, there was nothing wrong with his shoes, however, because he lowered his head, the official hat on his head accidentally bumped into the hat of an official in front of him. It fell to the ground. Li Mu looked regretfully at the minister of Taichung Temple and said, "Someone? Today's morning court session was a little different from usual. Other than the officials at the very front, most of the officials standing in the middle and at the back of the court were standing straight. Their official robes were neat and their official hats were properly placed. They were much more energetic than usual. This was because there were 3 officials who had already been fined their salaries and given beatings because of their impoliteness in front of the court. The atmosphere in the court was also different from usual because of this. They did not know what was wrong with Li Mu today. He suddenly brought up the old system of the previous emperor. It should be known that before this, he was strongly opposed to the various systems established by the previous emperor. Only a few people, such as the Minister of Justice, understood why the 3 officials were punished. Li Mu stood in the corner. This was the only thing he felt that the previous emperor had left behind that was useful in his decades on the throne. Yesterday, the 3 of them had said that they wanted to see how long Li Mu could be arrogant. Today, he would let them see with their own eyes. The person who presided over the morning court session today was still Mr. May. As soon as Mr. May announced the start of the morning court session, Zhang Chun stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I have a report." He held the ceremonial tablet and said, "I want to impeach the Assistant Minister of Justice, Zhou Zhong." As the Assistant Minister of Justice, he abused his power and imprisoned Imperial Censor Li Mu on a groundless charge. Where is the dignity of the law? Li Mu was comforted. Elder Zhang was his only true friend in the entire court. When he became successful in the future, he would treat him better. Mr. May looked at Zhou Zhong and asked, "Mr. Zhou, what do you have to say?" Zhou Zhong said, "Mr. Zhang is lying. As the Assistant Minister of Justice, I handled the case according to the law. That woman was raped, and I saw from her memory that the person who raped her looked similar to Imperial Censor Li. It was reasonable and legal to detain him temporarily. Later, Imperial Censor Li told me that he was still a Yuanyang body. After he was cleared of suspicion, I immediately let him go. How is this abuse of power? Hearing this, the courtiers were in an uproar. I was wondering why the Ministry of Justice suddenly let him go. So his Yuanyang body is not broken. It can be cleared of suspicion like this? This is unheard of. I have learned something new. Is he really a Yuanyang body? Li Mu glared fiercely at Zhou Zhong with a murderous gaze. When he realized that everyone in the hall was looking at him, he quietly moved his feet and hid himself behind a pillar. Chapter 298. In Crepe Myrtle Palace, Li Mu hid behind a pillar, wishing he could tear Zhou Zhong's mouth apart. He still had his yang energy. Not only did he not feel ashamed, he even felt a little proud. If it weren't for the fact that his primordial yang was still there, how could this case be explained so quickly? But pride was one thing. Pride and making the case known to the whole world were two different things. That damned Zhou Zhong. He had been a bachelor for decades. What right did he have to criticize him? After Zhang Chun's incident, the order in the imperial court was a little chaotic. Many people knew that Li Mu was sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison yesterday and later came out. But they only knew the result, not the process. Some people even guessed that His Majesty had secretly instructed the Ministry of Justice. If that was the case, whether Li Mu had fallen out of favor would have to be re-evaluated. But then again, this case was really a disaster. No matter how many people hated Li Mu, they had to admit that he was as handsome as Cui Ming. He was the most handsome man in the divine capital. If he was willing, countless women would throw themselves at him and be his groom every night. But the truth was that such a person was just a virgin. Even the person who framed him must not have thought of this. Otherwise, he would not have framed Li Mu for rape. Today's morning court session ended quickly. To everyone's surprise, His Majesty did not say a word about Li Mu's being framed. This confirmed a conjecture. That person had really fallen out of favor. After the court, Li Mu went to Jianghu Palace to seek an audience with the Empress. But he was still rejected, and he left the palace alone. All of this was seen by a palace maid at the entrance of Jianghu Palace. The officials in the palace, such as the palace secretary and the minister of the 3 provinces, also saw Li Mu's lonely figure leaving the palace. This news quickly spread to all the residences in the north and south courtyards. Zhu residence. Zhu Qi was lying on his bed. In the morning, his cultivation had been restricted, and he had been caned 10 times. He had just taken a medicinal pill to treat his injuries. When he heard the news, he immediately sat up in bed and gritted his teeth. Li Mu, just you wait. Then, a scream came from the room, followed by the sound of something heavy falling on the bed. Wu Manor. Although the old Taichung Temple deputy had supernatural powers and cultivation base, his cultivation base was limited when he used the cane. He endured 10 canes with his old bones. At this moment, he was also lying on the bed and asked, "Is what you said true?" A middle-aged man said, "It's absolutely true." He was framed, and the Empress didn't say anything. This time, he must have really fallen out of favor. Taichung Temple's deputy prime minister said gloomily, "When I recover in 2 days, it will be the time of Li Mu's death." Wei Estate. Wei Tang was limping around in the courtyard. He had taken some medicinal pills and used Fu Lu. His injuries were much better now. When he heard about what had happened after the court was dismissed, he was overjoyed. This would be the last time he suffered a loss at the hands of Li Mu. As long as the emperor no longer protected him, with the power of the old party, Li Mu would be at their mercy. Ministry of Rights Assistant Minister's Estate. A woman said hatefully, "I didn't succeed last time. This time, I'll make sure she dies without a complete corpse." The news that Li Mu had fallen out of favor caused quite a stir among the officials and nobles. In front of the Li Manor, Zhang Chun knocked on the door with a worried expression. This time, he was really panicking. Li Mu had been framed, but the emperor was indifferent. After the court was dismissed, he went to see the emperor but was rejected. The matter was much more serious than he had imagined. He didn't want to live in a big house with 5 entrances. He also didn't want to have a group of maids and servants. As a friend, he had to remind Li Mu to leave the divine capital as soon as possible. He had to get further and further away from here and never come back. As for himself, he had to consider resigning from his position. Zhang Chun knocked on the door of the courtyard. As soon as the door opened, he smelled a fragrance. It was the familiar fragrance of hot pot. Li Mu stood at the door and asked, "Why are you here, oh Zhang?" Zhang Chun was about to speak when he suddenly saw a figure beside the stove in the courtyard. It was a beautiful woman. She was putting a piece of tofu from the pot into a bowl. The moment he saw the woman's face, Zhang Chun's head buzzed. The news that Li Mu had fallen out of favor had spread like wildfire. Who would have thought that the Empress would refuse Li Mu's request to see her and eat hot pot with him in the Li Manor an hour later? No one would believe it if he told them about it. When he came back to his senses, he immediately looked at Li Mu and said, "It's nothing. I just came to tell you that we should have a meal together when you're free." Li Mu said, "We're eating. Do you want to come in and eat with us?" Zhang Chun quickly waved his hand and said, "I can't today. Maybe another day. My wife is waiting for me at home. Goodbye." He turned around and left. However, he did not return to his residence. Instead, he went to a broker in the divine capital and said to a broker, "Check if there are any empty courtyards in the divine capital. I won't consider those below the 5th rank. As long as they're above the 5th rank. Ministry of Justice." After the director of the Ministry of Justice reported to Zhou Zhong, he could not help but ask, "Sir, has Lord Li really fallen out of favor?" Zhou Zhong said calmly, "I'm afraid only His Majesty knows about this." The director shook his head and said, "What a pity." He then realized that he had misspoken. He looked up and was relieved when he saw that the assistant minister did not hear him. Zhou Zhong stood up and walked out of the Ministry of Justice. The director hurriedly chased after him and asked, "Where are you going, sir?" "I still have some things to report." Zhou Zhong waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I have an appointment with a friend today. We're going fishing outside the city." Ministry of Rights. An official walked into a government office and said to someone in the office, "Director Liu, the assistant minister is going to impeach Li Mu tomorrow. Should we follow him?" That person looked up at him and asked, "Why should we follow the assistant minister's impeachment?" The official said, "The assistant minister has this intention. You've just come to the Ministry of Rights, so you shouldn't curry favor with the assistant minister. After all, Li Mu has fallen out of favor. You don't have to worry about His Majesty blaming you for impeaching him. Perhaps His Majesty is waiting for someone to impeach him." That person waved his hand and said, "If you want to go, you go." "I'm not going." The director of the Ministry of Rights left helplessly. The Ministry of Rights originally only had one director. Later, for the imperial examinations, the imperial court added another one. However, this new director Liu did not seem to understand the ways of officialdom. Director Zhu was biased towards the old party. However, he did not dare to disobey the assistant minister. He had just come to the Ministry of Rights, but if he did not listen to the assistant minister, he would not have a good life in the future. After the director of the Ministry of Rights left, Director Liu curled his lips and said, "Impeach my ass. A bunch of idiots." Prince Shou's residence. Prince Shou liked to listen to operas. In addition to the stage built in the residence, there was also more than one opera troupe. Today, he seemed to be particularly interested. After listening to a few plays, he waved his hand at the performers on the stage and said, "I'm not listening to Prince Consort Shui today. Sing Taizu Fishing for me." Zhou residence. During the meal in the Zhou residence, Zhou Xiong ate a few mouthfuls and put down his chopsticks. He looked at Zhou Jing and said, "Big brother, this time, Li Mu will not be able to escape this calamity. Should we call fourth brother out? If he sees this scene, he will be very happy. Will not be able to escape this calamity?" Zhou Jing looked at him and asked, "How so?" Zhou Xiong said, "Li Mu has already lost the emperor's favor. As far as I know, this time, whether it's our people or the old party, they all want to get rid of Li Mu completely. Fourth brother hates him to the bone. We have to let him see it with his own eyes." Zhou Jing put down his chopsticks and said, "Use your brain and think about it." With Wu Er's personality, even if it's not her close official, if any official in the imperial court was framed and slandered in such a despicable way, she will not do anything. Will she not let the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court investigate? Zhou Xiong was stunned and said in shock, "This," Zhou Jing said, "how can I not understand my own daughter? If she wasn't really angry, She wouldn't have done this. The next morning court will probably be very lively. Zhou Xiong's expression changed and said, "What should we do?" The matter of framing Li Mu was obviously instigated by my sister-in-law. The director of the Ministry of Rites is in danger. We have to remind him that the imperial examination is imminent. Nothing can happen to him. It's too late. Zhou Jing said, "Last time, the Zhou family didn't do as she wanted. Now, she hates you and me to the bone. She won't even return to the Zhou family and won't listen to you. If she had succeeded in framing Li Mu last time, it would have been fine. But if she had failed, the director of the Ministry of Rites would have been lost. It's too late for you to remind her now." Zhou Xiong was stunned and muttered, "Could this be Li Mu's scheme again?" Zhou Jing didn't deny it and said, "I'm afraid that even his fall from grace last time was fake news released by him and Wu Er." Zhou Xiong said with a sullen face, "Her Majesty used to be so naive and pure. How did she become like this? She couldn't think of such a method. That Li Mu is as cunning as a fox." He must have taught Her Majesty the wrong things, he thought for a moment and asked, "Should we remind the others?" "No need." Zhou Jing shook his head and said, "If they can't even see through such a simple trick, they are useless. They should give up their positions as soon as possible and let someone capable take over. Li residence." Li Mu put the fish and tofu that the Empress liked to eat into the pot and asked with concern, "How is Her Majesty's inner demon?" Zhou Yi picked up a piece of tofu and blew on it gently. She took a small bite and said, "It's all thanks to the chant you taught me. It's much better now." For some reason, ever since her inner demon first appeared, she would see Li Mu and it would throb uncontrollably. But after the morning court session, even without the chant, the inner demon didn't appear again. Perhaps it was because she imagined that Li Mu had been through hundreds of battles, which left such a shadow in her heart. But in reality, he was just like her, inexperienced. After realizing this fact, she felt much better. Li Mu was relieved when he heard this and picked up a piece of tofu for himself. According to the Empress's intentions, she would expose the director of the Ministry of Rites during today's morning court session, cripple his cultivation, and banish him. But Li Mu stopped her. Li Mu knew very well that the director of the Ministry of Rites and the mother behind him weren't the only ones who wanted his life. This time, he might as well take advantage of the situation and give them a collective surprise. So he proposed to join forces with the Empress and pretend that he had fallen out of favor. This would send a wrong signal to those who were ready to make a move. Finally, with the help of the case of the assistant director of the Ministry of Rites, they could catch them all in one fell swoop. After this incident, he believed that the remaining people would be much more obedient. The Empress agreed to Li Mu's plan without even thinking about it. The two of them had already put on the show and released the bait. Now, they were just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Crepe Myrtle Palace. Today's morning court session was held as scheduled. Since the end of the previous morning court session, many people in the court had been looking forward to today's session. The morning court session had just begun when another official stood up and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I have a memorial." The Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue held up a memorial and said, "I would like to impeach the constable of the Luoyang Yamen, Li Mu. During his patrol, he often hung around the music hall and neglected his duties." As soon as he finished speaking, the director of the Ministry of Rites also stood up and said, "I would also like to impeach Li Mu. During his tenure, he accepted bribes from the people." The deputy director of the Taichung Temple also stood up and said, "I would like to impeach Li Mu. As the imperial censor of the palace, he used his position to suppress dissidents and abused his power. I would also like to impeach Li Mu. I would like to impeach Li Mu. I would like to." After the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, the director of the Ministry of Rites, and the deputy director of the Zongjing Temple stood up, a few more officials stood up one after another. The target of their impeachment was also Li Mu. Without a doubt, this was a premeditated impeachment. These officials had already discussed this matter before going to court. Among these people, there were officials from the old party and also officials from the new party. Among them, officials from the Ministry of Rites made up the most. However, after these people stood up, they looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. According to their guesses, there were countless people in the court who wished for Li Mu's death. However, at this moment, there were less than 10 people who stood up. This was far from the number they had expected. What were the other people in the court waiting for? Although the assistant director of the Ministry of Rites was also puzzled, there was indeed no one who stood up to impeach. According to the procedure, it was time for him to appear. He walked out with his ceremonial tablet and said, "Your Majesty, the imperial censor was originally a clear stream in the court. The imperial censor of the palace, Li Mu, has many controversial actions and is no longer suitable to be the imperial censor." He did not impeach Li Mu. He just took the opportunity to raise a request that sounded reasonable. The imperial censor was an honest official. With so many officials impeaching Li Mu, it meant that he was no longer suitable to be the imperial censor. Moreover, the reasons for their impeachment were not groundless. In the past 3 days, he had put in a lot of effort to impeach Li Mu. If Li Mu was not the imperial censor, he was just a lowly constable in the divine capital. A lowly constable could be easily transferred out of the divine capital for any reason. By then, they would have the final say on how Li Mu would die. After the assistant director of the Ministry of Rights finished speaking, the court was very quiet. The important officials in front of him did not agree or disagree. Most of the other officials were also quiet. At this moment, the Empress's voice came from behind the curtains. "You want to impeach Li Mu?" The assistant director of the Ministry of Rights walked forward and said, "Your Majesty, we want Li Mu." At this moment, nearly 10 officials behind him, including the assistant director of the Ministry of Rights, were stunned. Li Mu? Hadn't Li Mu fallen out of favor? Why was the Empress still addressing him so intimately? They dared to impeach Li Mu because Li Mu had fallen out of favor. If Li Mu had not fallen out of favor, then... They looked at each other, their hearts sinking into a bottomless abyss. Oh no, they had fallen into a trap. Chapter 299. The Empress's words of Minister Li caused the noisy court to fall into a temporary silence. Her Majesty rarely said the words, "beloved minister." She only addressed the ministers in the imperial court as ministers. How could she address a minister who had fallen out of favor as beloved minister? The only possibility was that Li Mu's falling out of favor was just an illusion. Other than those who stood out to impeach Li Mu, most of the officials in the court showed a look of understanding. Today's scene was within their expectations. This was a trap set up by the Empress and Li Mu together. His Majesty and Li Mu teamed up to act as bait in order to lure these people out, and they really took the bait. At this moment, Zhang Chun cleared his throat and stood out. He said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Mr. Mei looked at him and asked, "What do you have to say, Lord Zhang?" Zhang Chun pointed at the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue and said, "Lord Wei said that Constable Li spent time in the music hall during his patrol and neglected his duties. Then I would like to ask, in the case of Xianxia, who was not afraid of the Academy's pressure? As a constable, Constable Li patrolling brothels, music halls, and restaurants is his duty. If it were not for the outlaws of Luoyang who often bullied the weak and humiliated the musicians, would Constable Li frequent these places?" Wei Ting opened his mouth and was speechless. He knew that Zhang Chun was not entirely right, but at this moment, it was not important. The Empress Minister Li just now made him completely panic. As long as Li Mu did not fall out of favor, no matter what they did, it would be in vain. At this moment, Zhang Chun pointed at the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Rights and said, "You said that Li Mu accepted bribes when he was on duty. As everyone knows, Constable Li is not afraid of power and wholeheartedly serves the people. He has brought justice for many innocent people in Luoyang. The people respect him and love him. When he was patrolling the streets, they understood his hard work and served him tea to quench his thirst and a bowl of noodles to allay his hunger. This is the people's kindness to him. You call this accepting bribes?" He snorted and looked around at the people in the court. He said, "If this is called accepting bribes, then I hope that all of my colleagues in the court today can make the people willingly accept bribes. Touch your conscience. Can you?" The Minister-Counselor opened his mouth but could not refute. He knew what Zhang Chun said better than anyone else. But so what? His Majesty doted on Li Mu, so the people gave him these gifts to show their love and respect for him. Li Mu had lost the favor of the emperor, and the commoners had given him these gifts. He had accepted bribes. This was the court. They guessed that Li Mu had lost the emperor's favor. That was why they dared to stand up today and use this as a reason to impeach Li Mu. But judging from the situation in front of them, they seemed to have guessed wrong. One wrong step and the whole game was lost. In the end, Zhang Chun pointed at the senior minister of Taichung Temple and said, "You said that His Excellency Li took advantage of his position to attack dissidents. What is dissident and what is self? His Excellency Li has a noble character and has never formed cliques for personal gain. On the contrary, you all consider yourselves as the new and old cliques." The crime of disrespect in front of the palace was set by the late emperor. His Excellency Li respected the late emperor and carried out the law set by the late emperor, so he punished you. How dare you? The minister Taichung Temple's face turned red. You are slandering me. Many people in the court looked at Zhang Chun with disdain. There were indeed people in the court who respected the late emperor, but Li Mu was definitely not one of them. Li Mu's passion in the past few months was to overthrow the late emperor's old system. Who in the court did not know that? Zhang Chun, Li Mu's dog, was really shameless to protect his master. But no matter what, his words were watertight and no one could refute. Moreover, the situation in the court was not clear yet. No one was willing to stand up and refute. Whether Li Mu was guilty or not depended on whether the empress was willing to protect him. If the empress was willing to protect him, he would be innocent even if he was guilty. If the empress was not willing to protect him, he would be guilty even if he was innocent. At this time, the empress's voice came from behind the curtain again. A few days ago, Minister Li was maliciously framed. Did the Ministry of Justice find out who was behind it? Everyone in the court was shocked when they heard this. This happened in the last morning court. The empress did not say anything about it last time. But today, she suddenly mentioned it. The meaning behind it was self-evident. The assistant minister of Rights's eyelids twitched. He could not help but lower his head. Zhou Zhong stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the culprit disguised himself as Lord Li and committed the crime. After that he disappeared. The Ministry of Justice has not found any clues. If we wait for the Ministry of Justice to find clues, how long will Minister Li be wronged?" The Empress looked at him and said coldly, "Mei Wei, bring him here." Mr. Mei looked outside the hall and said, "Bring him here." Two women escorted a middle-aged man into the hall. When he saw the middle-aged man, the Assistant Minister of Rights finally could not control his expression. After the deed was done, he had ordered this person to leave Luoyang and never come back. He did not expect to see him in the court. Mr. Mei looked coldly at the middle-aged man and said, "Speak. Who ordered you to frame Lord Li?" When he said this, the officials were shocked again. They did not expect the Empress to have already captured the culprit. This person used fulu or pills to disguise himself as Li Mu. Even the Ministry of Justice would not be able to find him. The internal guards would not be able to find him. The Empress must have done it herself. The power of a transcendent powerhouse was beyond their imagination. Of course, more importantly, the Empress had done it herself for Li Mu. This was enough to prove one thing. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground and pointed at the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. He said, "It was Lord Qin. It was Lord Qin who gave me the fake form pill and told me to pretend to be Lord Li and rape that woman to frame him." Nonsense! The Assistant Minister of Rights' face was pale. He pointed at him with a trembling finger and said, "I have no grudge against you. Why did you frame me?" The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly and said, "Lord Qin, it's useless. They all know. Just admit it," the Assistant Minister of Rights said sternly. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't even know you." Although his voice was not soft, everyone present could hear the trembling in his voice. Clearly, he was not confident. They all realized something. They did not expect the Assistant Minister of Rights to be the one who would frame Li Mu like this. When they thought about it more carefully, the Assistant Minister of Rights' wife was Zhou Chu's sister. Zhou Chu had died at Li Mu's hands. He had enough motive to frame Li Mu. The middle-aged man waved his hand and images appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the image, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights handed a pill to the middle-aged man and seemed to whisper a few words into his ear. If this middle-aged man was the adulterer who framed Li Mu, then it went without saying who the real mastermind behind this was. Seeing these images, the Assistant Minister of Rights trembled and fell to the ground powerlessly. At this moment, no explanation would be of any use. With witnesses and evidence present, they could perform a soul search on him. At that time, no matter what secrets he had in his heart, he would not be able to hide them. In the end, this matter was still due to his negligence. His negligence was that he did not kill this person and completely destroy the evidence after the deed was done. His negligence was that he was too anxious and believed the dowager consort's words. He thought that Li Mu had fallen out of favor with his wife, which was why he dared to act so recklessly. Now that things had come to this, there was no use regretting it. He hung his head and sat on the ground, not saying a word. Clearly, he had accepted his fate. The Assistant Minister of Right's actions had completely confirmed his crimes. He was even spared from unnecessary interrogation. At this moment, the Crepe Myrtle Palace was completely silent. Everyone's hearts were extremely heavy because the entire palace was enveloped by a powerful aura. This aura came from the curtain in front of them. Under this aura, even the 5th and 6th level courtiers felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. It was obvious that Her Majesty was extremely angry. First, you secretly framed him. Then, you joined forces with the imperial court to impeach him. You said that Minister Li was suppressing his dissidents. Who exactly was the one doing so? Hiring a murderer to frame a colleague. The Assistant Minister of Rights will be removed from his position and sent to the border counties. The Ministry of Justice will investigate this case strictly. Do not leave out anyone who participated in this case. The Assistant Minister of Rights, the Assistant Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Taichung Temple, and the others formed a clique for personal gain and attacked dissidents. They will be removed from their positions immediately and will never be employed again. All those related to this case will be severely punished. In the imperial court, the Empress was furious. She dismissed all the officials who had impeached Li Mu today. Ever since she ascended the throne, the courtiers had never seen her so angry. The Assistant Minister of Rights and the others were just ordinary impeachments. Even if the reason for the impeachment was wrong, the consequences would not be so severe. Impeachment was an impeachment based on hearsay. Afterward, there would naturally be internal guards or imperial censors to verify the truth. Every official in the imperial court had the power to impeach. However, they had chosen the wrong time. The Assistant Minister of Rights had hired a murderer to frame a colleague in the imperial court. This was something that the imperial court could not tolerate. There were disagreements and conflicts between courtiers. This was normal. However, there must be a bottom line in any conflict. The Assistant Minister of Rights' actions had crossed the bottom line of the imperial court and the bottom line of the law. The Assistant Minister of Rights, the Assistant Minister of Revenue, and the others happened to be implicated by him. What should have been a normal impeachment became a conspiracy. In the end, not only did they lose their official positions, but they also had to face prosecution. This was obviously a test by Her Majesty. While testing the courtiers, she also caught all the courtiers who were tempted to take action against Li Mu in one fell swoop. She was using this method to protect her favored courtiers. She was also using the fate of these people as a warning to others. After today, everyone would know that Li Mu was the Empress's man. If they tried to slander or frame him through clumsy means, they would eventually pay with their lives. Chapter 300. The Minister of Rights, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Taichung Temple, and the others stood in the main hall. The Empress's voice was still echoing in their ears. It was not easy for them to enter the 4 great academies. After leaving the academies, they had to wait for a long time before they could fill a vacancy. They had also worked hard in the bureaucracy for many years before they could reach their current positions. Decades of hard work had turned into bubbles in a single day. They should have known that Li Mu was as cunning as a fox. How could he suddenly fall out of favor? This was all a trap set by him. There were so many officials in the court, but only a few of them took the bait. After the morning assembly, the Minister of Rights was taken away by the Ministry of Justice. No one knew how many people were involved behind him. The other 9 officials were also demoted, especially the Ministry of Rights. Under the Minister of Rights, half of the important officials were gone. The imperial examination was imminent, and the court had to fill the vacancy in the Ministry of Rights. The imperial examination could not be delayed. As usual, this matter was nominated by the Hall of Secretaries. The position of Minister of Rights was very important. It needed an experienced official. However, there were not many rank 4 officials in the court. Every one of them held an important position. It was not possible to transfer officials of the same rank to the Ministry of Rights. If they were transferred back and forth, there would be a vacancy that could not be filled. It would cause chaos in the other departments. After thinking about it, Lu Yi came to the Ministry of Rights to seek the opinion of the Minister of Rights. The Minister of Rights was also worried about this matter. The imperial examination was imminent, and the Ministry of Rights did not have enough manpower. After this incident, more than half of the officials in the Ministry of Rights were gone. Even the Minister of Rights was dismissed. He urgently needed an assistant. He thought about it but could not think of a suitable candidate. In the end, he said, "Why don't we let Minister Lu take over?" Although he has not been in the Ministry of Rights for long, he is familiar with the affairs of the ministry. He can take on this responsibility. Lu Yi had some impression of Minister Lu. He said, "Minister Lu has just been transferred and he is going to be the Minister of Rights. Isn't this promotion speed a bit too fast?" If he had someone he could use, the Minister of Rights wouldn't be forced to do something beyond his ability. He shook his head and said, "Dr. Lu was transferred here on a regular basis. It can't be considered a promotion. His experience is not shallow. Although he is still somewhat lacking as an assistant minister, there is no other way at the moment. The imperial examinations are important. If it is delayed, none of us can bear the responsibility." According to Great Zhou's usual practice, the officials of the various ministries were rarely transferred outside. The position of assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was usually taken over by a doctor. However, the doctor often had to work hard for 10 years or even longer before he could become an assistant minister. This Dr. Lu had just been transferred not long ago, but he had already made an exception and was promoted. This was very rare in the officialdom. But who asked the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights to seek his own death? Of all the people he could have touched, he just had to touch Li Mu. This move was not a big deal, and Li Mu did not suffer any losses. More than half of the Ministry of Rights was lost by him. If the vacancy in the Ministry of Rights was not resolved as soon as possible, the imperial examinations would definitely be affected. After thinking for a long time, Lu Yi nodded and said, "Since the minister recommends Dr. Lu, the Secretariat will nominate him. Ministry of Justice." Inside the prison of the Ministry of Justice, the Assistant Minister of Rights, who had been in high spirits during the morning court session, was now a prisoner. He sat dejectedly in a corner with a lonely expression. Zhou Zhong walked to the door of the prison and said, "Open the door." The jailer hurriedly opened the door, and Zhou Zhong slowly walked in. He walked in front of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights and said, "His Majesty has ordered that the people involved in this case be severely punished. Lord Qin and that Li Mu have no enmity. Who is behind this?" The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights said, "Zhou Zhong is my wife's younger brother. He died because of Li Mu. I just want to avenge him. There is no one behind this." Zhou Zhong shook his head and said, "You are the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. You have a high position. After the imperial examinations were reformed, you have even more power. Zhou Zhong is your wife's younger brother, not your biological brother. You have no reason to do this." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights said, "I am responsible for what I did. Don't waste your breath." Zhou Zhong smiled and said, "Actually, even if you don't say it, I know. On the day Li Mu was imprisoned, your wife and mother-in-law came to the Ministry of Justice. If there is anyone in Shindu who hates Li Mu the most, it would be your mother-in-law. Her son died at the hands of Li Mu. It is reasonable that she wants to kill Li Mu for revenge." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights looked at him and said, "Lord Zhou, you should know better than me that some things require evidence." Zhou Zhong shook his head and said, "I know what you are waiting for. You are waiting for the Zhou family to protect you." However, have you ever thought about why no one from the new party stood up for you in the imperial court today? The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights' expression froze. This was something he could not understand even now. Zhou Zhong continued, "They already knew that this was Her Majesty and Li Mu's scheme, but they did not tell you. It is obvious that they have given up on you. You hired assassins to frame your colleagues and touched Her Majesty's bottom line. The Zhou family cannot protect you, and they have no way to do so. Regardless of whether you give them up or not, you will be sent to the battlefield at the border. With your cultivation, you will become a dead soul at the hands of those demon kings and ghost kings in less than a month. No, they will devour your body and soul. They will not give you the chance to become a dead soul. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites thought carefully and his face gradually paled. Zhou Zhong looked at him and said, "When the late emperor was still alive, Her Majesty was already chosen as the crown prince's wife. At that time, the Zhou family's goal of stealing the country had not been exposed. The late emperor treated the Zhou family very well and gave them 2 death exemption tokens. Now that you have been sentenced to exile, it is no different from a death sentence. If the Zhou family is willing to save you, although they cannot restore your position, they can let you stay in the divine capital and keep your life. If the Zhou family is not willing to save you, then you can only wait for death." Zhou Zhong looked at him one last time and turned to leave. 15 minutes later, a woman came to visit him in the prison. When the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites saw the woman, he immediately got up and ran to the door of the prison. He shouted, "Wife, wife, save me!" The woman's expression was ugly. She asked, "How did this get exposed?" The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites said, "It must be Her Majesty's divination. Li Mu's fall from grace was fake. We were all fooled by them." The woman gritted her teeth and said, "We are her family. She actually treated us like this for an outsider." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites quickly said, "It's too late to say this now. Wife, you have to think of a way to save me. I heard that the Zhou family has 2 death exemption tokens. As long as I have one, I won't be exiled to the border counties." The woman nodded and said, "I will go and beg father. Wait for me here." Zhou Manor. Zhou Ting had just finished his seclusion. When he heard about the recent events, he was furious. "Stupid." The woman who had returned to the Zhou family said with a cold face, "Stupid or smart, I have to avenge Chu. He is a piece of flesh that fell from my body. I will not let him die in vain." Zhou Ting said with a sullen face. "Because of your stupidity, we lost an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites. Do you know how important that position is?" The woman said coldly, "I don't know and I don't want to know. I only know that I have to avenge Chu." Zhou Qian looked at her father and said, "Father, you have to save my husband. If he is exiled to the border counties, what will happen to me? What will happen to our child?" Zhou Ting said indifferently, "This matter is already known by the entire court. His Majesty has personally issued a decree. How can I save him?" Zhou Qian said, "Doesn't our family have a death exemption token? As long as we use the death exemption token, we can exempt him from the crime of being exiled, right?" Zhou Ting glanced at her and asked, "Who told you that?" Zhou Qian did not answer directly. She said, "Father, I beg you, save my husband." Zhou Ting was expressionless. The Zhou family did have a death exemption token, and there were 2 of them. They were both bestowed by the previous emperor. The Zhou family had seized the emperor's aura and destroyed the continuation of the Shao royal family. If they were to use their death exemption token, it would probably enrage the old faction of the Shao royal family. Moreover, the minister of the Ministry of Rites was already a useless person. There was no need to waste a token to save him. Even if he agreed, his eldest brother and the rest would not. Zhou Ting said, "The Zhou family does not have a death exemption token. We cannot save him." Zhou Qian complained tearfully, "Father, are you so heartless? Are you going to watch your daughter lose her husband and your grandson lose his father?" Zhou Ting thought for a moment. He looked at her and said, "There are many talents in the fairy's capital. After separating from him, I will choose another young talent for you. No matter what, he will be several times stronger than him." Zhou Qian looked at her father. Her crying gradually stopped. An hour later, in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Qian stood outside the cell and said to the minister of the Ministry of Rites, "I have asked. The Zhou family does not have a death exemption token. Father cannot save you. Don't worry. After you go to the border counties, I will take good care of the child. Do not involve more people in this matter." Zhou Qian did not stay for long. She left in a hurry. The minister of the Ministry of Rites leaned against the cell door and slid down weakly. After an unknown period of time, a sigh came from behind him. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Zhong, who was standing in the shadows. He asked, "What are you sighing about?" Zhou Zhong looked at him and said slowly, "I feel bad for you. You are doing well as the minister of the Ministry of Rights. You have no enmity with Li Mu. But because of someone else you got into trouble. Your efforts in the first half of your life have been wasted. You do not have long to live. And the person who caused you to fall to this state is not even willing to save you. I believe you know very well that the Zhou family has a death exemption token. It is just that they are not willing to save you." The minister of the Ministry of Rights looked at him with a cold smile and said, "Don't you want me to give up more people? I am afraid you will be disappointed. This matter was done by me alone. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Zhou Zhong looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Have you ever thought about what you will be like after you die?" He looked at the minister of the Ministry of Rights. His eyes were like deep pools. His voice carried a strange power as he slowly said, "Your wife, although no longer young, is still in the prime of her life. After you die, she will still have a long life. She will definitely remarry. At that time, she will take in an even younger and more handsome husband than you. In the future they will have their own children. That person will live in your mansion, sleep with your woman, and if he is not happy, he might even beat up your children." Zhou Zhong looked into his eyes. His gaze was deep as he said slowly, "They treated you like this. Is it worth it for you to protect them like this?" Zhou Zhong's voice seemed to have a magical power. When the minister of the Ministry of Rights heard this, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Then his chest began to rise and fall slightly. His breathing became rapid, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes became bloodshot. "I didn't want to interfere, but that old woman forced me to do so. That false form elixir was given to me by her, but she didn't save me. What right does she have to not save me? Since she doesn't want me to live, then let her die with me." Translator's note, Lu_Kaixin translator, Kaixin editor, Valvrave 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 editor, Valvrave. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.